Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream before the snore. I said snore before the snowstorm. It's a greater majority of the folks in the Midwest and the East Coast. Hopefully, people will be able to stay safe and keep warm throughout the days that the snowstorm hits because it is supposed to be pretty much ice, snow, and rain. So we'll see what will happen. But before then, as you can clearly see by the title, says FBA or Foundational Black America is a cult, right? So I wanted to go over a definition real quick because a lot of people's like, oh, it's a cult, it's a cult, it's a cult, right? So as we can clearly see, and anybody can look it up, it says Foundational Black American or FBA is a term for Black people in the United States whose ancestors were enslaved in America, distinguishing them from other people with from other Black people with immigrant backgrounds, and emphasizing their direct lineage to the nation's buildings through unique historical experiences of slavery, Jim Crow, and systematic oppression. It's a lineage based identity often linked to the American descendants of slavery or ADOS movement, highlighting deep ties to the nation's foundation and seeking acknowledgement for this specific history, contrasting with broader terms like African American. Next, they say key aspects: lineage, direct trace ancestry to formerly enslaved people or freedmen in the United States. Distinction aims to separate this group from Black immigrants or those whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States. In the US, creating a distinct ethnic identity. Historical context centers the unique culture and historical experiences, including chattel slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and ongoing systematic racism. Origin grew from movements like ADOS, seeking to define a unique identity and address specific historical injustice. Purpose to recognize Black Americans as the original builders and foundational contributors to the United States, deserving of specific acknowledgement and justice. Debate: the term is debated, with some critics viewing it as divisive or reactionary, while proponents see it as essentially for identity and justice. And last but not least, it says it's not an organization. FBA is not a formal group with a leader, but a concept of identity, right? So we were able to hear that. We understand it. That's the definition. Maybe there's a more in-depth, definition directly out there. Shout out to Pink, Bushido, Sham, Devin, and Patricia. What is up? What is up? What is up? So now we're going to, after hearing that definition, that was about a good, like 2 minutes going through with the reading. We're going to listen to what others have to specifically state negatively when it deals with foundational Black Americans.
My name is Ashrat Yeo Moon. I joined FBA here on TikTok not that long ago, and I will be telling my story. These people are trying to silence me. These people are attacking me. Listen, I know I'm acting crazy right now. It is a lot that is going on. This FBA group is a cult, and I just left the cult, and it took me some time to realize that I just left the cult. And the way that these people are operating on the internet, the FBA community, listen, it's not about to be pretty for FBA. I'm gonna be so honest for you. It is not gonna be pretty for FBA because the truth is being exposed about who y'all are. Y'all are anti-black. And y'all act like the supremacists that y'all complain about so much. And that's the truth. That is the truth. That is the truth. You guys ain't fighting for no reparations. Y'all so focused on targeting people that seen as under you because you ain't got all this smoke for the white team man because you ain't got the intellect to even talk to a white team man.
I need to know where she's from, because first she's going to say like, yo, I sat up there and joined this group on TikTok. Didn't we just read that FBA is not like a code or a group. It's let's just go back real quick. Let's just go back real quick. At the very bottom, it says FBA is not an organization. FBA isn't a formal group with a leader, but a concept of identity. So who's going to tell her? Who's going to tell her? Because it seems as though that this person is masquerading, that they just want to specifically come online and just start talking about folks, and then wanted to go on the aspect of like, yeah, y'all ain't really about nothing because realistically, y'all would never sit up there and y'all ain't really trying to have no conversations with white people because y'all ain't even smart enough to, huh? How do we even get what even happened? How did we even get there? Like, that's crazy. That is this is why you can't believe a lot of people online, because you just gotta listen to them. Just let them talk. Just no matter how long it takes, just let them sit up there and talk. And it didn't take that long. It took about less than a minute into the video, and you see the type of mouth and the disrespect that she decided to state about Black Americans. Crazy work. Said that we're not even smart enough to have a conversation with white people. Get her out of here. Somebody call ICE. Somebody call ICE on her. I don't know who she is. ICE, come get her. Come get her. Come get her.
You don't even got the intellect to even speak about Europeans and white people. So you rather just go for
What?
Africans and Caribbeans, people who are really coming from destitute places that have been destroyed by Europeans. Y'all don't never come for Europeans. Y'all know how to y'all the intellectual intelligence is not there. And
You know the crazy part about listening to her talk, I knew she had to be somewhere. So she's more than likely she's from the islands. More than likely. More than likely. Or possibly she could have bleached her skin and she could be African. But any which way it goes, it's crazy how she wants to basically say that, okay, FBA, y'all basically see everybody that is not you as beneath you, but then at the same time, you guys aren't, you don't have the intellect to even have a conversation with white people. Do you know how long we've been here in these United States and how many conversations we've had? Like, this is why y'all see a lot of Black Americans sitting out when they deal with ICE. This is why, because y'all get online and y'all start saying some of the most egregious. Y'all start talking for no reason. Y'all don't do no research. She might be on a spectrum somewhere. Just to be honest, she looked like she on a spectrum. She looked like she should be taking some medications, but she decided to open up and go directly on TikTok and start talking about Black Americans because she feels inadequate. Because some of the things that may have been listed may have been hitting a little bit too close to home, and because she didn't know how to really deal with it, now she wants. I was a part of this code. I was a part of this group, and yeah, you guys are xenophobic, and you guys are the exact same as a supremacist that y'all sit up there and talk about, because all y'all do is come after the Caribbeans and the Africans and da 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 da, because we're all Black and rah 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 rah, and actually we're not, because a lot of those folks, as what I've shown in the previous live streams, especially yesterday, is that a lot of those folks never consider themselves Black. They'll say that they're Haitian, they'll say that they're Jamaican, they'll say that they're Dominican, right? African, whatever, area that they're from. That's what they tend to do. Or in a rare extent when it deals with the apartheid in South Africa, though realistically, those are the main folks there on that whole continent, where you'll have people using terminology such as like colored, which you've heard in the United States historically, or Black, right? But again, it's quite crazy to see somebody online trying to act as though that they are mightier than thou and want to speak in such a crazy type of way about Black Americans, while at the same time playing the victim. He was like, yeah, the Europeans, they came and ravaged our lands, and and all this other type of stuff, and y'all don't got no type of time for the Europeans. Y'all don't even have time for the Europeans. What you talking about? What you talking about? And depending on where you from, you got Mexicans sitting up there taking lands directly over there. You got the Chinaman over there taking lands and everything. You got Arabs over there taking land. You got all of these other people from all over the world having hands on your landmass. And you got the nerve to try to come directly at Black Americans in a negative type of way. Ooh, I know you were stupid. You 1,000% stupid. You say that we don't got no time and energy, but you can't even take your land back. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? We at least got Black Americans here that got land. No matter how much it is, they at least got land. What do you have? What do you have? Like I said, Africans over there selling land to the highest bidder. Over there to the Europeans, to the Russians, Australians, to the Chinese, to America, to everybody except for other Africans. But yet, Africa's got millionaires and billionaires directly over there. But I guess they don't care about that land though. That's crazy. Woo. Let's keep going.
Y'all got a lot of people on this internet who's not that, you feel me, like witty, that's representing y'all. That's why nobody want to be associated with y'all. This is why FBA is about to crumble. It's about to turn the ashes into everybody's mouth. And it's gonna wash away with the saliva. That's what's gonna happen with FBA playing with Ashrat's Yo Moon and try to paint me as a colorist using FBA, using the passion of FBA people to click them up to make groups and cliques to try to get people pages banned. This is a cult, and they're preying on Black American people who's looking for a home, who's looking for a association. They're gathering people up, and they're creating a cult. And I'm gonna expose everything when I go live. It is a lot that is going on. It's just not there,
Let me
and then
see.
y'all got people pages banned. This is a cult, and they're preying on Black American people who's looking for a home, who's looking for a association. They're gathering people up, and they're creating a cult. And I'm gonna expose everything when I go live.
That's great. Like I said before, a lot of these folks out here, they can't actually, they don't have anything of interest. So, in order for them in their little lives to have a little bit of light, to get a little bit of monetary gain, they have to talk about Black Americans in some type of way, shape, or form. Because I want people to understand that when the whole of Black American society was like, yeah, we're all African American, right? I'm not talking about those out there that was like, no, we the true Israelites, no, we the Moors, and no, we're this and that. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about for the rest, the whole group. When everybody was like, yeah, we're African American. That was a terminology that a lot of people used. You didn't have all of these folks trying to come out there and really say nothing, in a sense. But now you would sit up there, you would hear some little whispers in the wind through the grapevines of Africans sitting up there having problems with us calling ourselves African Americans. And they would sit up there and tell us that we're not African, that we are not of them. We are not the same. And excuse me, for the longest time possible, Black Americans ignored it. They'd be like, oh, no, that's just, that's just one or two, Africans that's ignorant directly out there. And, we didn't did the work, and we didn't did the history and the genealogy and all this, that, and the third. I want people to understand, no matter what genealogy that you sit up there and take, or what it is that you want to use it specifically for, a lot of those Africans are not going to sit up there and see you as family. They're not going to look at you as one of them. They're not going to do that. There was even a point in time when I've showcased videos where Nigerian Americans who, let's say like the immigrant Nigerians, whatever you want to call it, first, second, whatever it was. But when the parents decide, who are immigrants, the Nigerian immigrants, come over here and have their kids, right? Now they're African American, right? And those kids, in some cases, don't know a lick of the Nigerian language. So then when the parents take the kids over to Nigeria, the kids, they go on TikTok and on social media, and they tell people like, yo, I went back home, and the people back home don't even consider me Nigerian. And they have a specific name for those Nigerians that specifically grew up and that were born and raised in the United States. They do not see them as the same as Nigerians that are directly from home. So again, if Africans do not even see other Africans, bloodline wise, who are just straight African, that were just born and raised in the United States, if they don't see them really as one of them, what makes you think that they're going to sit up there and look at Black Americans that's been here for like 400+ years as one of them? Come on now. What are we talking about? Come on. And again, going back to what was stated before, because she keeps mentioning the whole thing, cult. It's not an organization. FBA isn't a formal group with a leader, but a concept of an identity. But yet she wants to keep throwing around the word cult, as if people out here just like sacrificing and giving to some type of magical deity and all this other type of stuff. But you heard what her name was, correct? And I'm like, as soon as I heard her name, I'm like, so you must be into that whole thing of dealing with witchcraft and being a witch and all this other type of stuff. Because I'm like, yeah, okay, you're right up there with the other folks. But that's cool. Let's continue.
I will be live soon. And I will be exposing everybody. And I'm saying names. And I got screenshots and I got evidence. That's what I got. I got everything. Because y'all were coming to me. Remember that. Y'all want to try to set me up on a chopping block and let me get publicly humiliated by Africans, by FBA, and by non-FBA. And I dedicated my platform. And I actually had African friends, boo. What you call it? I don't connect with Black Americans culturally. I lost friends because of this. I lost friends because of this. And you think it's jokes and you think it's giggles. It's not gonna be jokes and giggles forever, babe. You can have this page. You ain't having my other one. You ain't having my other one, and you can't have my name in my face. That's what y'all mad about. It's my face. This is why y'all want to listen. We gonna
What?
get into it. FBA is a cult. It is an anti-black cult. That's what FBA is. FBA is an anti-black cult, and
Really?
we gonna get in tune with who they really is. We'll be seeing you soon on my live. Go follow my pages. My name is Asher SEO Moon. A lot of people know me on TikTok. They know me, and this is why these people they didn't know me, but people that know them know me. Indigenous TikTok and Africans that y'all going back and forth with, that y'all want to play, all of them already knew me before I even knew FBA. They all knew me. Okay, like I said, everybody steady playing with me.
All right. As somebody who does social media, let me just sit up there and say this. This is what it looks like when folks that don't really got nothing going on in real life allow the whole social media like follows and all this other type of stuff to go directly to their head. Because I promise you, in real life, again, as a content creator, I promise you, in real life, in the whole of the United States, don't nobody really know her. Ain't nobody talking about her. She is not a household name. This is why I need a lot of folks to really relax on allowing social media to really, big them up and to gas them up. Because yeah, don't nobody really know you. It's great. You got a small, just like everybody else who does social media content, you have a small following directly here. Outside of that, in the real world, nobody is calling out your name. If you go state to state in the most rural towns, small, don't nobody know who you are. If you're amongst 100,000 people in a crowd in New York, you're not going to sit up there and have the whole crowd looking at you like, oh yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, like calm down, relax. You're making yourself seem, more important than really what you are. Like people need to really relax and calm down. Like this is it's just social media. It's just social media. Calm down, just relax. You're not going to another country and everybody just knows you. Calm down, just relax. Again, this is coming from somebody who is on social media. No, that's not that's the internet is different from the real world, and the real world is different from the internet. I need people to relax. I need people to relax. Like that's crazy. Like you really making it seem like people really know you out here. Like you, come on.
Everybody steady playing with me. And then you want to keep saying, oh, because she a colorist, she a colorist. If you play with me, I'm going to play with you too. You want to keep calling me a colorist, a full black woman? Y'all want to paint me something other than being fully black for what? So you could disrespect me and then you could be like, oh, you're light skinned. Da, da, da. No, I'm fully black. I'm going to get with you too. Because you think you're going to eat me up in ways you wish. You wish you could play with a white tea person. You know you wouldn't play with a white tea person. You know why? Because you don't really hate them. You're jealous of me because you wish you was me so you could be closer to them. These people don't really hate the white tea person.
What?
They're not really against them. They're jealous of them. They're jealous of the white tea person. They're not really fighting against white tea people. No, of course not. That's not what's going on. They wish they were them.
So okay, let me just try to get a timeline here. So it went from FBA being a cult, and then into Black Americans not being able to have the intellect to really debate or conversate with white people, to her talking about that she is a victim or other people are victims because the Europeans have colonized and did all of this other type of stuff to their countries and da 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 and whatnot, whatever. To her saying that she was going to expose quote unquote FBA and who it is that FBA is because she got the paperwork as if she has like a dossier and she's working for the, CIA and the FBI. And now she's saying that other people have called her colorist. Again, I haven't really watched her content. Again, I don't know who she is. Uh, and then lastly, now she wants to make the point of trying to say that no, realistically, Black Americans don't actually have an issue with white people. It's just the fact that we're jealous and we wish that we were them. Huh? No, 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 no. The people that wish that they were white are the ones that get their melanin taken directly out of their skin, either chemically or by way of using different soaps or creams. Those are the people that are jealous and feel as though that they want to be white or close to whiteness. This woman is lost. I'm just going to be honest. It's a lot of accusations being made directly about Black Americans. A lot of accusations. This is crazy.
They wish they were them. And they would hate people like me. This is why I don't associate with Black Americans. Because they would hate
Huh.
a person like me because of how I look
Wait a minute.
naturally.
Wait a minute.
Because they would hate they were them. They wish they were them. And they would hate people like me. This is why I don't associate with Black Americans.
So I want people to notice that there is a theme here. So again, this wasn't just me like throwing words directly in her mouth every time I kept saying Black Americans because I knew exactly who it was that she was talking about. She just wanted to keep saying FBA, 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 FBA. She wanted to keep saying that, but she's talking about Black Americans as a whole. As a whole. Like I said, if you allow people to talk long enough, you will fully understand and see who they are. But she said that she's a fully a Black woman. But she just said that she don't be messing with Black Americans. Like, so who are you, man? Who do you associate yourself with? Who are you in alignment with? That's what I'm trying to figure out, especially if you're in the United States. Who do you specifically align yourself with, right?
Because they would hate a person like me because of how I look naturally. Because I have because I could pass for being mixed or Latina. So I have a look to me that would be deemed as exotic to them or something like that. I don't
Who told you that? Who told you that your look is exotic, ma'am? There's tons of light-skinned Black women directly out here. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? At most, if I look at her, to me, she looks like she's from the island somewhere. That's what I'm directly getting. On an off chance that maybe she might have been directly from Africa or something like that. But like I said before, it's either one of the two. And I'm not seeing nothing exotic. I don't know what she's talking about. I'm not. I don't know what specific people is she specifically talking about Black women or is she talking about Black Americans in general that wish that they look like her? Because yeah, no, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Like if you have an ego, you got pride, and you're full of yourself, and you think of yourself a certain type of way. That's how things may come off and seem directly to you. You may take things as a personal attack. You may want to try to assume or make an assumption that it has to do with your looks. But, you got the whole thing where people idolize themselves a lot and they, in their minds, they like to judge other people on their looks. So for me, it seems as though that there's a lot of projecting and other issues directly there. But, let's keep going.
know what it is. But when you're actually around white people, they never question, "Are you mixed? Are you this?" The only thing they'll think is, "I'm probably like Spanish and black," but that's not that special. I'm just really pretty. What a pretty skin complexion. It's like, oh, you're what? That's why I say they mad. Listen, it's a whole lot of stuff going on We gonna break it down. I reassure you, but this is definitely a cult. And I can't believe they try to drag me into this and try to keep me into it. I had to block all of these people. These people were stalking me. These people were hunting me down. Okay, but they were making it seem like they liked me. But these people were hunting me down, sweetheart. These people literally targeted me.
So are we just talking about just people just doing what they normally do online, or are we talking about real life? Obviously, we're not talking real life because she's not talking about a police report. She's not talking about some type of cease and desist. She's not talking about any type of paperwork that anybody can look up and follow or get the digits directly to and look it up online. She's just specifically talking about online stuff. People have disagreements, and some people don't know how to, handle disagreements, and you have people that are trolls. For whatever reason, it seems as though that she doesn't know how to specifically just separate certain things out there, because again, you got people that don't have nothing to do with the situation, but if they see that there's chaos, they're going to enter the chaos and dress up how everybody else is dressed up and just proceed to start throwing bricks. But she's not smart enough to look through that, to see above that, even though she wants to make it seem as though that she's smarter than FBA and the Black Americans and rah 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 rah, and everybody is after her. Everybody wants to be like her. Everybody is jealous of her. So let me get this straight, right? So the main people that she says that Black Americans are jealous of are her because of her complexion and also white people. But yet she said that we're jealous of her because we wish to be white. But yet she put herself on the exact same level as white people. So wouldn't that mean that she basically sees herself in some type of way, shape, or form within the same bounds of whiteness? I don't know. Let's keep going.
They targeted me. And you think you gonna you gonna target me and like mad people know me. People wondering what's going on with me. And you think you just gonna play me? You não tem esse nome. Esse era dureço. Hmm.
Was that
Baby,
Spanish?
tomorrow night,
Hold on. Let me go back there.
I hope you know me. Think. You think you gonna you gonna target me and like mad people know me. People wondering what's going on with me. And you think you just gonna play me? Eu não tenho esse nome. Esse era dureço. Hmm.
I don't know. Was that Spanish? Somebody let me know. I
Baby,
don't know the.
tomorrow night, I hope you got your popcorn. And I hope y'all got y'all everything that you need to sit for a couple hours. Because we going to go through how these people play with me. How these people play. How these people play with me. You want chaos. You want chaos. No, you don't. You don't want chaos from Ashras. I can't believe y'all played with Ashras Moon like this. Y'all have no reason why my name is Ashras Moon. And you want to play chaos? Do you see my hair? Do you see my lace? You want to play chaos games? I don't think you're built for that, Mama. I don't think you're built for chaos, Mama. Are you sure? Is FBA sure they ready for chaos? Are you sure? Are you sure playing with me? Y'all all knew better. Y'all know better. And you won't see me in person. That's a beautiful thing. You gonna see me on this phone. You gonna see my face and you gonna hear my mouth on this phone all day long. But you ain't gonna see me in person, boo boo. And if you see me, you ain't gonna see me. Hmm. And if you see me, you ain't gonna see me. And that's the truth. That's what I know. See your energy, none of y'all energy can match me. That's why y'all trying to hide shorty. But she could go and kiki and be funny and da 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 da. And then you got your goons telling me, oh, I better not do this. I better not do that. I better not do what? I better not do what? Who gonna do something to me because I said something to who for checking who about me? Who gonna do what to me? That's what I'm saying. Y'all think I was gonna have talk to these people like this? You think I ain't gonna talk to you like this? You don't know. That's why I say y'all don't know who y'all playing with on this internet, bro. You better ask my family about me. You see this cute, pretty, light skinned face. You see this pretty, light skinned face on my soul. You have no idea. You have no idea what type of monster y'all hoes is dealing with. Y'all have no idea what you deal.
So yeah, I pretty much think I clocked out at somewhere, within whatever it is she was talking about, because it was all of this I. Brother, dear Lord. Okay, so right, she said it pretty much. She was gonna, shut, the whole thing with FBA and all this other type of stuff down. Okay, cool, no problem. So let me see if this will actually pop up real quick. Right, I think I might have too many videos up. Yeah, I do. Right, so I can't take anything down yet. So we'll just come back to, after I play another video. We'll come back to this one real quick, so I can post this. So let me go to the next person here, right?
A lot of people still using this term FBA, and they're using it as a word that describes African Americans, right?
Black
And I
American.
got a couple people in my comment section. It usually has to do when I'm talking about Nigerians or Africans and African American relations.
So let's just look at what it says directly on this video. He said, what's FBA? African American man explains, beware of them. They don't represent African Americans. He next said that FBA is a xenophobic group, not a lineage. It's an online xenophobic, anti-African group, cult group within AA lineage. They don't want unity, only preach division and diaspora war. So let me just, because I'm going to just keep this directly up here, because it seems as though that people just don't understand. Yo, shout out to Brandon V World. Said, good morning. Had to tap in on my birthday, and oh yeah, here comes a new challenger. Shout out to Brandon V World, and just want to give a happy birthday to the old man. Hopefully, if anybody would like to donate to the Officer Haku Foundation, we can get this man a cochlear and Stone Cold knee brace and a cane. Every little bit will help. I want to make sure that this man is prepared for his 70s, and that he is walking well. That he is walking well. Yeah, I know this man gonna have some stuff to say. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. It's all love though, man. It's it's this man said, "LOL, not the knee brace." Yeah, man, got to get that Stone Cold knee brace. Da 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 da. Well, old age comes at you quick. Let me tell you, comes at you quick, man. Comes at you quick. It's diabolical. It's diabolical. Much love, respect, and appreciation, brother. Hopefully, you having a great grand birthday. A good breakfast or lunch. Wait, what time is it right now? Yeah, it's almost. It's technically almost like lunch hours. Hopefully you got a day off. Things of that nature. Much love, respect, and appreciation, brother. But looking at, who was it? The original guy here in the video that he posted, right? Again, they want to say that it's a xenophobic, anti-African group. Go back to the information. It said it's not an organization. Foundation of Black Americans, or FBA, isn't a formal group with a leader, but a concept of identity. Just like everybody else has their different groups or whatever it is that they identify as, that's what Black Americans have directly here. It could be ADOS, it could be FBA, it could be just saying that you're Black American, or just foundational. You got some folks out there to say that they are Moors. Israelites. You got other people out there that say that they are, just specifically Native Americans. You got other people down south that'll say that they are Creole and they're separate from all of this other type of stuff. So again, it's whatever it is that folks want to identify specifically with. When I've heard conversations dealing with Creoles and they say that they are separate from the Black Americans out here, I'm like, all right, cool, fine, no problem. That's y'all do your own thing. Y'all are completely separate. Y'all had the whole Louisiana Purchase and all these other types of things and rah, 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 rah. I'm not sitting up there saying that they're anti-Black. I'm not looking at Creoles as they're being anti-Black. You saying that you are completely different from me and I'm different from you. We got different bloodlines and heritages. It's cool, fine, no problem, right? No problem. So let's go back into what this guy was saying, right?
A couple people be saying some dumb stuff like, yeah, us FBA, and they'll say, and once they say that, it's followed by something real stupid and ignorant, right? And I'm like, first of all, let's clear some up. Black people in America don't call themselves FBA. 99.99% of African Americans never heard of FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Nope, we ain't heard that. You ask any random black person, listen, you ask any, here's some homework for you. Go out when you tomorrow or whenever you see this, that day, go ask like 5 random people, what's FBA? They're going to look at you like, I don't know, because it's not a thing. FBA is only Tariq Nasheed's xenophobic hate cult fan club. That's it, that's all. African Americans only call themselves Black or African American. We've been Black and we've accepted African American because African origin, America is where we live. That's it, that's all. FBA, Foundational Black Americans, is Tariq Nasheed's xenophobic fan club. So if you are part of Tariq Nasheed's xenophobic fan club, you're calling yourself FBA. You people calling yourself FBA do not represent African Americans. We have no problem calling ourselves African Americans. We've never had any problem with Africans. We may have not been as aware of our West African culture as we should have, but it's through no fault of our own. But African Americans have always been pro-Black, pro-African.
Hold on. Somebody, hold on. Wait. I've never heard somebody say that they are pro-white and also pro-black. How can you play for 2 separate teams? You can't. Like you're not doing that. You're not doing that. You're either or. You're not going to have your feet in 2 different oceans. That doesn't make any type of sense. You have to play. This is why I keep telling people before is that you only can serve one God. The moment of time that you want to sit up there and serve a multitude of gods, somebody's going to get jealous. Somebody's going to figure out what's going on here, and it's going to be hell to pay, right? So when he basically says like, hey, pro-black and pro-African, Africans can sit up there and be pro-African, right? That makes sense. They're playing for the home team. I could be pro-black. I'm playing for the home team here, United States of America, foundational, right? The Black Americans, all of us here historically. I can't be like, oh yeah, I'm pro-black and I'm also pro-African. That doesn't no. I'm not fully in anything then. I'm not fully in anything then. I'm 50 here, then I'm 50 here. Basically, I'm just trying to make bets. I'm just trying to see what's going to be the best outcome. I'm 100% directly in being pro-black for my people here in these United States. It's not an either or type of thing. And just due to the simple fact that I'm not specifically saying that, I'm for the Africans, that don't mean I sit up there and hate them. That don't mean I dislike them. I'm just playing specifically for my own team. That is what it is. I'm playing directly for Black Americans. I'm playing for us here in these United States. That's all I can do. I know, the history. We got, again, bloodlines here. You can see what happens every single day directly on the news, either from now to the past to the future. It's the exact same thing. The faces just may have shifted and changed a little bit. along with the fact that got to pay attention to what's happening politically, where you got other folks that are not specifically Black American that want to take Black American spots in a lot of these political seats so that they can then enact and play specifically for their home teams. And we see this time and time again. This is why whenever there's talks about reparations, these folks pull up to the scene and they always want to have some type of side comments, or they want to veto this and veto that, or they want to try to, make it the most arduous task possible to get anything happening. Like I said, like, this type of stuff is crazy. And again, a lot of these people, they don't have nothing else that's going on in their lives, so they got to bring up other people. So this is why he kept saying Tariq. You can't talk about nobody else. You can't bring up nothing that you're doing. You can't talk about this conversation without bringing up Tariq, because 9 times out of 10, folks like this, they're not going to go on a stage in front of, let's say, a couple hundred to 1,000 people and decide that they want to sit up there and debate Tariq or have some type of conversation. They're not going to be able to do it. Because if they were able to do it, they would have facilitated. Like I said, Tariq, this man has studied history. I got quite a few of his DVDs directly upstairs, where he goes in depth about a lot of things, which specifically deals with Black Americans. This dude is just simply up here complaining, like, nah, they're anti-African, they're anti. Well, we clearly see what team that you're directly playing directly for, or you're probably half and half. Your parents might have, or one of your parents may have migrated here, and then they might have, formulated a connection, or, got pregnant by somebody here, and now you got this type of outlook. Or you feel that because both of your parents migrated here and had you directly on American soil, that you are now a part of this conversation. And realistically, you're not. Realistically, you are not. So then let me see if I can put this directly up here. I think I should have enough space. Right. So we're dealing with the terminology African American, right? It said that the term African American first appeared in a print in a 1782 Philadelphia pamphlet, quote, a sermon on the capture of Lord Cornwallis, right? Written by self-described African American, though it wasn't popularized up until late 1980s, right? By Jesse Jackson, who Jesse Jackson also considered himself Native American. Color me surprised on that. So you consider yourself Native American, but then you coin the term, you popularize it in the late 80s, African American, right? And then encourages its use to emphasize heritage and cultural connection to Africa, replacing terms like Black or Afro-American in mainstream discourse, right? And then when you take it a step further, in some of the other information that I have from previous live stream, it'll also tell you that the terminology did not really take hold up until the 2000s. From the start of the 2000s up until, I guess you can kind of say now or whatnot or whatever, that's how long that the terminology African American has realistically actually been used by a great majority. Excuse me. So yeah, like I said, this dude is sitting up there trying to make it seem like this was just a term that automatically we've been sitting up there using since like the inception of the United States. Nah, it wasn't. Like I said, we are the most branded group out here in these United States. And again, you have to question why that is. And why is it, let's say for Black Americans out there, if you have Native American heritage, you can prove Native American heritage, you got pictures, all this other type of stuff that proves that, hey, we was here. These are my people. This is specifically the land that we were directly on, all of this stuff, right? You can put all of that stuff up there. People like this would come through and be like, oh, you're a pretendian. You're a fake Indian. You're not actually this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. But then at the same time, when you go over there to Europe, there's close to Russia, Siberia, whatever it is, the same exact quote unquote Native Americans where they're light, where they're using certain, animals as ornaments and skins and stuff, you find that directly right back over there, and it looks the exact same. It's just on a whole nother landmass. You got a question like, oh, that's kind of weird. How does that tend to happen? Because everybody disperses and finds their own things to do, builds their own culture within what it is that they're currently dealing with. Why would there be any type of similarities? When you look at Black Americans and you look at Africans, there's not really any similarities. The main thing that people keep talking about is blood. Right? It's like, oh, you guys came directly from us and all this other type of stuff. Okay, cool. Let's stay with that. That's where it stops. Right? That's where it stops. 4, 5+ hundred years being on this soil and specifically dealing with this government, dealing, with the historical breeding practices that go on here, we are not the same. So within and from that, this is where we create our own culture, right? But let's so let me just remove that one there so I can post that the other video. So now I can come back to this one here. So right, we see her face. She was talking like, I'm not sure if that was Spanish or not. She was all over the place with her stuff, right? But she basically said that FBA was going to come falling down, right? It was going to crumble, ashes, and all this other type of stuff, right? So explain this.
Told you were racist for that?
They did. Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting, in their words, that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years and the descendants of a lot of American slaves, their families have been here 400 years. I don't know. I think that gives, I'll listen to you. Like you've
100%.
you've got a point of view that is legitimate, I think.
Yeah. And they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
They're definitely heritage Americans, if anyone is. And, someone rolls in from Ghana and gets an MSNBC slot and starts speaking on behalf of black people. It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's
Literally.
a fair perspective,
right.
I think.
And so it's good to actually see them call them out for that. That's actually cultural appropriation. Appropriating the struggle of slavery.
I totally agree.
And the struggle of slavery was real. I don't think Republicans ever want to really whitewash that. It's real, right? But for
we're
Byron,
against slavery.
We're against it.
Whether it's in the, West Bank or here or anywhere.
Or anywhere.
Yeah, against it.
And so for Byron's group, his team, to call me and essentially our entire supporting base racists for saying that you're a slave when quite literally you took $45 million. You won't tell us what you agreed to take that money this early in a primary, which is unprecedented. You know this, how unprecedented that kind of money is in an uncontested primary until now. But secondarily, to actually go out and try to gaslight us and think that you're just one of those guys that has been here, since the early 1800s and your family was in the struggle too. You're not. And that's a very interesting term that the Foundational Black Americans use. It's called tether. They're tethering these tethers like Byron Donalds. They come here literally one generation in, and they try to just sit around and act so folksy that we're all part of the same struggle and we're all down on and we need to fight against. No, you just got here, dude. Like the Haitians, like the guys from Ghana who just got here, you don't get to just be a part of our system and then lecture us about how our country went wrong.
Right. So now, bringing that up, you'll have a lot of people that'll tell Black Americans like, "Oh, you guys are only bringing it up because it's white validation, and you want to be, right there with the white man." No, it's to prove the fact that people are obviously listening. That obviously the, in a sense, the thought movement, whatever you want to call it, has gotten or generated so much energy that it has the eyes of other people to the point where they're talking about it on their own platforms, of which they normally would never even bring it up or talk about it. And on top of the fact, as which is stated, and other Black Americans have stated this as well too, what was it, Byron, Donald, whoever, you got a lot of folks out there, again, like I said before, that are directly in these political seats, and they are from a whole nother lineage, and then they want to try to come through and masquerade and cosplay and act as though that they are Black Americans, and they are not. This is what this is what we've talked about for the longest time possible. And I try to tell a lot of folks out there, at the end of the day, what's going to inevitably happen is that you're going to cause the worst tag team to basically come together, right? And it's all because of you, because y'all decided that y'all wanted to spin this along for so long, You felt that y'all had the power. Y'all wanted to gloat about all the stuff that y'all was doing. Y'all wanted to heavily start ragging and bagging directly on Black Americans. Like, y'all don't got nothing. Y'all just mad that us immigrants come over here and we work harder and we can do this and we can sit up there and do that and y'all can't. And y'all just want to put us out because y'all jealous. And then y'all couldn't just stay on there. You couldn't just stay talking about Black Americans and only Black Americans. You got such a high and mighty inflated ego that you're like, you know what? Let's start looking at the white people and sitting up there talking about them too. You did the wrong thing. You did the wrong thing. You did what they told you not to sit up there and do. They told you that, hey, you're allowed to talk about the Black Americans. You're allowed to, step directly in and be in the middle of the situation and do all the things that you want to sit up there and do. What you don't do is decide to look up above that ceiling. You don't decide to look up above that ceiling and open up that small door and see what's up there and then talk about what's beyond that small door. You don't do that. So now this is where we are at this moment in time. This is when a lot of these folks want to come directly through and they want to sit up there and say that, like, oh, everybody is against us. No, you were originally against yourself. Because if you were for you as an immigrant, if you were for yourself, you would have been back home building up what it is that you have at home. You wouldn't have had to leave and basically, quote unquote, show your greatness in another country of which that is not yours. That's facts. So for any of those folks out there that always want to sit up there and try to tell Black Americans how great they are, why were you never this great back home? Why couldn't your parents have had you back home where you came from and then your greatness would have shined amongst your people and above your people? Because it was impossible for you to do. That's why. So they made it easier by bringing you directly here. And because of the many battles, the blood, sweat, and tears, the many sacrifices of Black Americans, it enabled you, allowed you to do the things that you were able to do that you could never sit up there and do back home. And that is the God's honest truth. Because without us, there would be no you here in these United States. And that's one of the main things that I noticed that a lot of these folks cannot come to terms with. They don't know how to face that because they don't have any, we can actually prove that well, if you look, you can't, there's no goalpost. You can't move the conversation. You can't throw a flag on a play. There's nothing you can do because historically speaking, if there were never any Black Americans here, there would be none of these other immigrants here either. And that's just a fact. But let's keep going.
I have a few minutes before my hot yoga class, so let's get into this. So prior to this, just above this comment, this Colton's 21's response was to Worth Repeating's comments, and her comment reads, think about it. If African Americans, Caribbeans, and Africans embraced each other instead of division, what a great force that would be. And you're absolutely correct, Worth Repeating. That would be quite a force. And in the past, we have always acted and moved in one accord, pretty much, until recently with the FBA movement. So that's when Carlton 21, he writes this. And it reads, the problem, there's so much things an African, the problem, there's no, the problem, I can't read today. That's the problem. There's no such thing as an African American. The proper term is instead foundational Black American. The FBA community has its own culture, its own history, its own heritage, and lineage that is deeply embedded in the soil of America. We FBAs have absolutely nothing to do, D-U-E, with Africa and its citizens. Oh, Cult 21. Oh. Let me get you together real quick. First of all, sir, the FBA movement is not an ethnicity group. Someone further down in the comments said something about ethnogenesis. Nah. You know you FBAs are? You're Jejuns. Look it up. Google that. That's what you are. Because I want you to give me a list of foundational Black Americans who are educated, who are millionaires, who are billionaires, who own something. I want you to give me a list of foundational Black Americans. Because the Black Americans with money, the powers that be.
So because again, you can tell that this woman here is not Black American. She's obviously somewhere from the islands. I'm looking directly at her, and this is basically what she called Black Americans, right? She said Jejum, and it said self-absorbed and lifeless, right? Devoid of significance or interest, dull. So again, a lot of these folks who come directly here and they live here and all this other, again, they like to use a lot of these words in order to describe Black Americans when it is that we specifically are separating ourselves, making a finite detail on specifically who is who. This is how they want to pull up to the scene. This is how they want to talk about Black Americans, and then they want to try to switch things around. It was like, oh, but if you guys are actually FBA, then just show me all of the the powerful and the rich FBAs directly out here and all this. So they'll list something, and then they want to put stipulations directly on there, and they want you to basically prove what it is that you are. Champion, I've been here. I don't have to prove anything. You're the one that has to disprove what it is that we're saying. Like that makes no sense. Like how like how do you just do that? It's like you disagree with somebody's sentiments, but then you're going to, instead of trying to dissect it, you're like, I'm going to put you to task to prove to me that you are who it is that you say that you are. What? How do we do that? Ma'am, you're not even from here. What are we talking about here? And then again, you get directly online and you want to talk real greasy. That's it is wild out here. Let's keep going.
None of those are foundational Black Americans. Oprah not a foundational Black American. I guess by your term she could be, but she does not identify. I guess I should be more specific in my request. I would like for you to give me a list of Black people, Black Americans who identify as foundational Black Americans who have wealth. That cheddar biscuit, the dollars. Because y'all mofos don't have shit. And no educated American is classifying himself as a foundational Black American. That puts them in the box of poverty.
How?
And they have already risen past that.
Wait. So I'm a little bit confused, right? So if you label yourself as foundational Black American, that puts you in the box of poverty. But overwhelmingly, you have a lot of people who consider themselves African American and they're still in the middle to the poor class. I'm a little bit confused because from what she's saying is that if you identify as anything other, you are past poverty. Like obviously you're not in the shackles of the Democrats and on the plantation, right? All that type of stuff that people want to say. But we know that that's just not the case. So what would the branding have to do with poverty? I'm a little bit confused. I'm just trying to figure out how that works. Where's the math on that?
So please, I'll wait for the list. foundational Black Americans with some coins
Yeah, she's from the islands.
who identify as foundational Black Americans. You can't say they're foundational Black Americans. They have had to have said that they were foundational Black Americans.
Some more stipulations.
What you need to be doing is worry about your cousins and them, the foundational white Americans who also say that they are native to the land.
So I'm confused. Wait. So wait. We got a problem here. So she just said that there's no such thing as like foundational Black Americans. But then she turned around in order to try to throw something else out there. She was like, you need to be worried about the white folks who are, foundational white Americans and all. Which one is it? Like, did she even like listen to what she said like throughout this whole video? This is why as a Black American, this is why we have the issues that we have, because you got a lot of people sticking their nose in business that has nothing to do with them. You got people, a lot of folks need to be worried about them islands down there and how it is that the United States government and many other governments and all these other folks are basically robbing those places of resources. But yet this person here want to sit up and blow, you Black Americans, you need to be worried about this, that, and the third. How about you worry about not running? How about that one? How about you worry about actually building up home? How about that one? How about you actually worry about saving up money and getting some type of political power so that you can save your country? How about that one? But you're not going to do that though. But you're going to sit online and try to tell Black Americans what it is that we should be really focused on and specifically doing. I'm highly confused. 1,000%. I'm highly confused because she would never talk to her own people like this. They never do. Everybody has all of this energy, all this type of smoke when it deals specifically with Black Americans. Nobody has any of this type of energy for their own people, the runners and the track stars of the world. That's some crazy work. That's wild.
Okay. So, now that I've given you a couple of things for you to focus on, I'll be awaiting your response. Toodles.
And she's going to be waiting like the second coming of Christ. Good job. You're going to be waiting here up until the end of time. It's probably going to take you a few generations to get what it is that you're looking for. Because again, we don't owe you nothing. Who are you again? You're another mouth just sitting up there talking about Black business, which makes no sense. Like I said before, this is the most baffling thing. Like everybody talks about that they're so educated and they're doing this and they're doing that. All right, cool, fine, right? But yet at the same time, you're worried about Black business. That has nothing to do with you. You're trying to put us to task for what it is that you should specifically look up for yourself. You're the one that has a problem with what it is that we label ourselves as. So disprove, break it down, dissect the whole thing. Matter of fact, just like you made this TikTok video, I'm outside of, I'm about to go into my hot yoga, whatnot, or whatever. Why you got all of that time to be around all of those folks doing that? Of which that probably don't even look like you. You can sit there and also, do the research and do the videos and do the genealogy and all that other type of stuff to facilitate points. Some crazy work. Diabolical. Like people out here just really lazy. And they really try to say that Black Americans are the one that's lazy. That is wild. That's wild.
And I don't care who get mad. FBA. The reason why a lot of people like myself, what do y'all call us? Pan-African American or whatever it is. The reason that we don't agree with y'all and the reason that we're not becoming FBA is because y'all give the same energy as the oppressors did. No shade. Like I don't know. It just give like colonizer energy. Like when I be reading some of y'all comments, it's like I'm reading no offense, but it feel like I'm reading a white Republican man's comment, and it be a whole FBA person, and I'd be like, well, damn. So the reason why y'all won't grow as big as I think that y'all could have grown is because of that reason and that reason only. Y'all give like oppressor energy. Y'all give
What?
like you want people to. Y'all force people. It's not that y'all don't even educate people in the comments. It's like y'all just yell at people. So I don't think, yeah, that's why I don't think it'll be as big as it could have been. But I don't know. I'm not saying you wrong because some of the stuff I'd be like, But me personally, with the type of person I am, I don't ever see myself becoming an FBA person because I don't know. It's low key giving coat, y'all. It's giving coat. I'm sorry.
What? Did this is how I know? Like this is what I. Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! All the same way that people can take 5 seconds to upload a video directly on TikTok, you can take that same amount of time and you can go directly. Sorry, wrong picture. You can go directly online and look up just a basic thing when it deals with FBA, and it says at the very bottom, not an organization. FBA isn't a formal group with a leader, but a concept of identity. And I saw somebody they had to make a reply to somebody when it dealt with the whole thing of copyright. Let me see if I can yeah, Azur said yes, it's true that Tariq Nasheed copyrighted FBA. That's just smart. Yeah, it is. Because I put it to people like this: if you got a problem with Tariq Nasheed copywriting it, go and look up the whole thing that's going on with tenderism and see how that's looking. Just remember the people that came through with the term tenderism, and then go and look at how somebody who is not even Black American, matter of fact, not even American at all, was going to run and try to copyright that real quick when they're not even ones that made it or made it popular, but they wanted to hurry up and try to go copyright it real quick so that they can try to get money directly off of it. Yeah, nah. Like I said, I have no issues or problems with it, with him having the direct copyright. Have no problem with it. Because like I said, we've had tons of quotes or sayings and all this other type of stuff co-opted and stolen directly from Black folks. And everybody else want to act as though that they've been saying it and been doing it. Like I said, you can just look at hairstyles. Just something so simple as hairstyles that we have popularized or made the thing. Other people just pulled up to the scene and act like they just been doing it. AKA when the whole thing deal with Travis Kelce getting like a fade or whatnot or whatever. And then you have white boys online like, yeah, that's the Travis Kelce. Like, I'm going to the barbershop to get the Travis Kelce. That's not nothing that y'all been doing. Let's relax. Let's play that back. Let's historically sit up there and look at the main haircuts that white boys been getting throughout history and look at how Black men have been getting haircuts. It's a world of a difference. It's a world of a difference. But, like I said before, when somebody else shows up with it, now it's something that they created. Or what was that one white girl? She called them like jelly bangs or baby bangs or something like that. And that was something that Black women been sitting up there doing historically. Like anything dealing with baby hairs, that was specifically Black women. Everybody else caught up to that later. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. Denise Rivers said that. Wait, let me go back. Comments was quick. You said it's not. No, he didn't. It was Mickey X that copyrighted FBA. Well, whoever got it. As long as somebody who is of here got it and ain't nobody else, I'm fine. I'm completely fine. Let me see. What was it? You said, I believe the young lady used the wrong symbol, supposed to be the equal sign. No, we ready? Oh, you talking about what's the name? Oh, you talking about back to the video with the lady that was on screen. You talking about this one right there. Let me see what we got. Somebody said FBA is a Black cult trend. How is it a cult? How is it a cult? Just trying to figure it out. Oh, that's what they called it. Pink. They called it sticky bangs. And and she really thought that she was doing something. I'm like, no, that's not it. I'm like, it's just it's this no. Go back to the normal hairstyle that you would normally do. Like the craziest part, and I'm waiting for this Lisa Golden person to reply back real quick because I'm trying to see something. Trying to see. I always try to highlight the comments and to have people a part of the conversation. Just trying to see something. Because it's like it's real. It's funny how people can write these comments real quick, but then when you highlight them and you specifically call them out to get a response, it's like nothing ever happens. It's like magically people just disappear, and they're like, oh well, in real life, I have a job, and I gotta do this, and I got kids. I had to, answer the door, and I'm like, so none of that happened when you was writing this comment and listening through a nice portion of this live stream. Like none of it, everything just Armageddon just happened when people are waiting for a response. Like this is crazy. Like it's easy to throw words out there and to say something, but the hardest thing to do is to actually give a response when somebody is specifically looking for something. And again, I'm looking and I'm looking through the comments, waiting. I'm seeing everybody else talking except for Lisa Golden. Like, where is Lisa Golden? Where are you? Let me see if I can potentially find Lisa Golden, because again, that's a little bit crazy to me. Like we're clearly here having a conversation, right? Um, but again, I'm not specifically, seeing quote unquote Lisa Golden. It's as well. Let me actually flip back real quick. Yep, still nothing. Let me. Yo, what's up, Mo? It was like she triggered the wrong mod. I'd be like that. It'd be like that. Well, guys, we're not gonna have Lisa Golden coming back. It's not gonna happen. Why do I not see? That's a little bit weird. Let me just do a refresh on that real quick. Do 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 do. That's some wild work. So I can't see the what's the name on this? That's wild. Let me see something real quick. I'm a little bit confused on that one. Craziest part is, let me try to see something real quick. Let me go through, because I'm actually trying to see the chat on my other side, but for whatever reason, it magically doesn't want to show up, which is fairly interesting. Never actually seen that. Oh, now it pops up all of a sudden. Now it pops up all of a sudden. Okay, because I wasn't able to actually see my chat from the background. I'm like, Shan was like, "Oh, sorry, Seiji, she activated my trap card. I got her fast." Well, she's going to be spending the rest of the holidays. Well, the rest of the duration of the snowstorm in the shadow realm, because Sham got directly to her. It'd be like that. It'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that, right? So let's go to the next one here. Let me see who do I want to go directly for, because I technically I got these in a certain order. All right, so we'll go with this young lady
to
here.
see black people calling FBA a cult. Why are y'all calling foundational Black Americans a cult? Like, I don't get it. I don't call myself that necessarily, but I am one. If you were born in America, if your family has a long lineage here, then you are a foundational Black American. But I'm just trying to understand,
See, she
why
gets it.
is everyone upset that we are fighting back against ethnic erasure?
Mm.
Everybody else is allowed to take pride in who they are
Yep.
and where they come from,
Mm-hmm.
except for us.
Yep.
Like, I'm watching videos. Y'all know I be scrolling, shit. I be on these TikTok streets, and I keep seeing Black American people. They call them African Americans. Oh, I'm African American. Like, one guy literally said, being a FBA is of the devil.
That's wild.
So it's demonic now
Who is that
to
guy?
be a foundational Black American and to call yourself that.
I've never seen that video.
Like, what the helly? I keep asking you motherfuckers, how many generations does it take for you to be a part of a fucking region? How much blood needs to be shed on the land for you to be a part of the soil?
Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that. Give me a second. She said that somebody said the FBA is of the devil. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. I'm trying to see this. I seen that dude's video. Guess the dude talking about the. Oh god, I'm not gonna look at that dude. Let me see. Right, she's saying FBA is supremacy. The FBA and the bigoted rhetoric is never allowed. On my page, of course, nose ring. That's the other one. What are we talking about? Dear anti-immigrant FBA. Here we go with this. Matter of fact, I'm going to put her directly up there. Maybe that dude might have got that video. He might have made his page private or something. Because I cannot specifically find it. And I specifically typed it in on TikTok to see if I could find it. Because usually, normally what people say the video is, that's usually on the title. Cannot specifically find it at the moment. I do believe that it was probably up there. What a lot of people tend to do is that once they get a little bit too much heat, they will privatize their pages and they'll delete that video. But let's continue.
Every person with melanin in America did not come here shackled on a fucking boat, smushed together like sardines. Millions of people would not survive that voyage in 2025. Use logic. Just because you don't agree with something does not mean that it's evil, demonic, or occult. Like, y'all make it seem like people that consider themselves FBA is out here posing imminent threats or causing harm to people. That's not what's happening. And I know people consider me that. People, like, I've had somebody say that I was a pretendian and all types of. Y'all ain't never hear me come up here and say I'm FBA, although technically I guess you could say that that's how I identify. Y'all have never heard me get up here and say I was Indian. I just say my family been here. You all are continuously labeling people for taking up for themselves. Why the fuck? Like, could y'all answer? Is FBA a cult? And why are people saying this, especially Black Americans? It's fucking bizarre. Spread love is the Brooklyn way.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to see if I can do more digging later on today and find that one video that she was referencing, because I'm highly interested in that one. I would love to see the opinion on that. Because the funniest thing is, whenever I've looked at cults directly out there, there's a lot of symbolisms, there's a lot of nefarious things that are there that are technically hidden directly in plain sight, right? So the other video, while I was trying to find the video that she was talking about, I ran into this video here. So let's take a listen to what this lady has to say here, right?
It's gonna ruffle some feathers, but I'd like to read a book. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the JEWs, and I did not speak out because I was not a JEW. And then they came for me. And there was no one left to speak for me. This was written by a Protestant pastor during the HCOST, and it still rings true today. See, xenophobia is a tool of white supremacy. It is, and it always has been. And you have allowed your xenophobia, your need to delineate, to fuel you and Black Americans to be tethered to our version of oppression. This is not an aha moment. This is not an I told you so moment. This is deeply terrifying. Because while there is a country for me to be deported back to, this hate and hatred for immigrants that has distracted you into forgetting that you have always been their true enemy.
And that's what you don't realize. We're fine with that. We will fight that battle when it comes. At the end of the day, I done covered too many stories where these folks like her will come from elsewhere, and they will make sure to tell Black Americans and to let Black Americans know a variety of ways that we are all different. So the moment of time that Black Americans like, oh, so this is the game that we playing. We good at playing games too. So we're going to sit up there and do a very great versus match, but we're going to make sure that we actually end it. We're not just going to keep it going. We're not just going to, keep it, starting for the longest. No. It's going to be a beginning. It's going to be a middle. And it's going to be an end. And we're going to be end directly of that conversation. So the moment of time that we decide to sit up there and do that and play the exact same game, now everybody's like, oh no, this is not fair. They're not supposed to be playing this game. They're not supposed to do the same things that we're sitting up there doing. Only we're allowed to sit up there and do. That's some crazy work. So y'all can pull up to the United States, right, and say that you're a part of the United States, but you're also waving the flag of a whole nother country that you said that you were oppressed in and that the United States helped to free you from. How are you serving two gods? I'm just trying to figure that out, because none of these folks can sit up there and tell me that. How are you serving two gods? I thought once you get to a country, you leave all of that other stuff behind, because now you are for this country. It's like if I wanted to drop my American citizenship and become a Greenland citizen, I again, dropping American citizenship. I'm not waving no flags. I'm not doing none of this other nonsense. Right, I'm not talking about pledging the allegiance. No, I'm a Greenland citizen. Whatever pledge that they got, that's what I'm pledging to. Whatever flag that they got, that's the flag that I'm sitting up there waving. That's the flag that I'm holding down. That's the flag that I'm representing, because now that is my home. So I'm trying to figure out, because that's normally how the thought process basically goes, right? So if that's how the thought process goes, how are all of these other folks pulling up to the scene saying that they're American, but you're waving another country's flag? Again, I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused because I could swear if people thinking about gangs, I'm pretty sure, right? If you had two gangs on two different, sides, you're not going to go to gang A and you're from gang B and you're going to go to gang A and their side of the block and start waving the flag. You about to sit up and start a war. Things are about to happen. It's not going to look pretty good, right? And again, even dealing with certain countries, you don't sit up there and do that because that's going to cause issues. That's going to cause problems. We have seen this either from mainstream media, either from boots directly on the ground or whatever you want to sit up there and put it as on social media. So again, why are these people doing this here? But you're supposed to be American citizens. I'm confused. Shouldn't everybody just be rocking the American flag if everybody's American? But I guess everybody's not American. Guess everybody ain't American though. But you got folks like this that want to get directly online and they want to try to talk to Black Americans and tell us what it is that we should be worried about. We are the beginning and the end of this whole situation. Everybody else is just stuck in the middle. You guys are now just getting your turn directly on the wheel. You're feeling a little bit of the fire, which you've probably never felt before, and you don't like that taste and you don't like how it feels. And now you want to sit up there and look at Black Americans, but we tried to tell you exactly what it was because we've been here. We've already been dealing with this, and we're going to continue to deal with this because this is home. You don't know what this is. You don't know what it's like because this is not your home. Like I said, that's the difference. That's the difference. Like I said, we've been fighting back and forth with the United States government and all the other powers that be. Y'all just got here. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all were just chilling. Y'all were just cruising. Y'all were just doing whatever it is that y'all want us to do. And now, well, now you got a marker directly on you because of a variety of other people directly out there, doing stuff that they don't got no business doing or deciding to go on social media and run their mouth. So now all of y'all got to deal with it. When we told y'all to just shut up, calm down, and just play the same game that y'all been playing, but y'all thought that y'all were bigger than the program. So now the program is showing you specifically what it is. And now they're putting you directly in your place. That is your fault. You didn't want to listen to us. Like I said, how many people did we sit up there and see that decided that they wanted to vote for Donald Trump and they came up with songs and they went on the podium and stage like, I will vote for Donald Trump. I voted for Donald Trump. Yeah. Right. They were doing all of that. And then those are the same people getting deported the next day. In comes June 1st, the exact same people that ICE was going through their communities and made it into a ghost town. It might have been a hustle in a bustling area. And then it became a ghost town within less than a week. And you know who people wanted to blame directly for all of those things happening? Oh, Black Americans, why are you guys not helping us? Why are you guys not supporting us? Why are you guys not speaking out against us? Well, that's because the main people who voted for it are the main ones that were for it. So anybody who was Latin and Hispanic, y'all caused this to happen directly to your people. Also, when it deals with a lot of these other immigrants that want to quote unquote call themselves Black, they're the same ones too that voted for this to take place and to happen. Because all of y'all, even though you guys are vastly different from the areas that you directly come from, and you may not see eye to eye, when it deals with us, all of you guys magically want to formulate Voltron. Y'all want to call down the power of the Megazord and have the power sword so that you can sit up there and fight the great fight. Here you are. Here you are. And now whatever Megazord that y'all formed is now destroyed. And your powers are now gone. You have no more dino coins. Them boys are done. And there are no Zeo crystals for you to turn directly back to so that you can get a second season. It is done. Like I said, you are the causation of your own downfall. Y'all didn't want to sit up there and listen to the people that's been here dealing with this. Y'all thought that y'all knew better. It's crazy work. Anyway, let's keep going.
Is what has led to them now having a tool to displace and disenfranchise even more Black Americans. Please understand that. Look at the cities that are being hit. These are not cities that have a high Black immigrant population. These are Black American cities. Wake up. They simply use your hate for us to distract you while they created this perfect weapon to use against you. And you help them. Please understand that.
No, brother, you got this. Like I said before, this wouldn't even be an issue. This wouldn't even be a thing if you weren't here. How about that one? How about that one? How long has ICE? Let me see. When did when was the first inception? Let me see if I can. So it said, what was immigration called before ICE? Before Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, was created in 2003, federal immigration and enforcement functions were handled by the Immigration and Naturalization Services, or INS, which was dissolved by the Homeland Security, splitting its duties into ICE enforcement and United States citizenship and immigration services and customs and border protections, CBP. So if I'm to look at this correctly, right? And just put this directly up there, right? So that would mean that ICE was in a sense around back during 2003. Huh. Let's do a look see. Just color me surprised, right? Who was the president back in 2003? So it says in 2003, George W. Bush was the president of the United States in 2003, serving his first term from 2001 to 2009, leading the country through the years of the War on Terror. Well, 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 color me surprised. So let me just put that directly up there, right? So we got the information dealing with the whole thing of ICE back in 2003, right? And then we got this information here. So, so the War on Terror, what was specifically? Oh, that's right. It was 9/11. And they were specifically going after anybody who was like, Muslim, Middle Eastern descent, things of that nature. But yet, if I'm to go back and to listen to this person here, she specifically said that they produced ICE in order to specifically go after Black Americans. I'm a little bit confused. Is she trying to rewrite history? Is she thinking that people are not going to go up and look up certain types of information? I'm a little bit confused. When was she born? Where is she from? Who are her people? Because they need to come get her. This is why some people don't need to be online. Because you can easily look up a lot of stuff that people just so happen to state. Again, all of this whole thing dealing with ICE and whatnot, this had to do with 9/11. This had nothing to do with any other groups of immigrants directly out there. It specifically dealt with one group. If you came from the Middle East, which ain't really a Middle East, but you know what it is that I'm saying. If you're a Muslim, right? Practice Islam and all that good stuff. Because they was going pretty hard out there back in for about a good 10 to 15 years. It was tough. If you even had an accent or a look, and it looked like even from the middle, yeah, it was tough for you. You might as well have went to like a different city. It was not going to be looking too great for you. But now you got this face up here, and she wants to basically state that, oh, Black Americans, the reason that you really should be worried about this, look at all of these cities, look at these areas where ICE specifically is. Oh, yeah, they're really after you. They're not even after us realistically, but your hatred for us is leading you to believe that they're not specifically coming after you. Wake up. Okay. But yet I just gave everybody information on when was ICE created, what was the specific purpose, and who was the president during the time. Everything lined up. Well, there's that. There's that. There is that. Like I said, this is why you shouldn't be allowing people to talk online. But like I said, when you got people up here that got a certain look, people will just run through and just believe them just because of the way that they look. Wild work. But people will figure it out though. People are going to figure it out. So now we're going to go to some people's favorite person, directly out here, and we're going to see what this older gentleman has to state about the situations and I guess what's at stake and his specific feelings, about these things. So let's take a listen.
So it's like, if y'all want to play the game of trying to be vehemently anti-immigrant like the white folks, all you're doing is hurting yourself.
Absolutely.
And trust me, and they're going to be real mad. I just said that. So they're going to come all the videos, but they can all kiss my Go ahead.
Right. So he said that. Let me repeat that one more time.
Doing is hurting yourself. It's like if y'all want to play the game of trying to be vehemently anti-immigrant like the white folks, all you're doing is hurting yourself.
Right. So we heard that, right? So let me see if I can find this clip because that actually matches directly up with the clip that I have here. Let me see. Did I actually put what's the names to the clip? I did not. But wait, it's right back. Wait, let me check. Hold on. Excuse me. Actually, I did. There we go. Let me pull a video down real quick. Let me take down the other crazy woman and let me replace her with this footage here. Right. So he said that we're going to try to play this game and the only people that we're going to hurt realistically is ourselves. Right. So we're going to hear somebody else from another time period talk about immigration and how it was having an effect. Right.
This question of the illegals is, I find very interesting. Would you say that it's at this particular moment as important as any of the other problems facing the union?
Oh, yes. In the last 3 weeks, the last 2 weeks, it has become an emergency for us. Well, there's an awful lot of illegals coming in by the hundred, by the thousands. Our people are not only in some of the crews where there's now strike breaking. Some of those crews are 100% illegals, outright, openly, with no attempt to disguise it. And so it's so bad now that we estimate 60 to 70% of the farm workers in California, the resident worker, the citizen, is out of a job because of the wetbacks. They're coming in by the thousands, just unbelievable. See, they're coming in with the consent of the Immigration Service, which is part of the Department of Justice. How else could they come? We, for instance, know that if you go to Coachella, you go to around the El Paso area, the secondary immigration checkpoints have been unmanned now for at least 3-4 weeks. They're closed. They're at night. They're dark. There aren't any patrolmen there. It's a gimmick. We think that it's a prelude at the beginning to a big drive on the part of the administration and the Mexican government to bring the Bracero program again. It's a vicious attack on the local worker, and it's just one of those things that agribusiness thinks they can get away with it. And our job is to inform the whole country what's happening, together with a boycott, and solve it that way. And so the workers themselves, even though a lot of them are Mexican descendancy themselves, are very uptight and very, very worried and very mad about the illegals coming to break their strikes, and it takes away their jobs, their livelihood, and so forth.
Does that put you in an uncomfortable position to be against the illegal immigrants because they are from Mexico? In other words, part of your program has been an appeal to equal treatment of people of Mexican origin. Right?
Oh yeah, sure, but we're speaking of the legal ones. You know, we don't want Mexico to export its poverty to us, and then we pay. It's not the agriculture, it's not society in general. It's a farm worker again paying for those sins. You know, and Mexico should take the initiative and stop exporting the poverty to us. They should do something about the rural economy over there, and then see it's a way of breaking the strike. It's a way of demoralizing the farm workers. And for instance, the workers are going to ask for stamps, for food stamps. They're lining up the offices for welfare, and they're being told, we can't give you a job because there are plenty of jobs. And the workers say, well, there aren't any jobs. We just came from the fields. They won't hire us, or they just laid us off because either because we're strikers, or because we're members of the union, or because the braceros, the illegals will do the job for half the money we're getting.
So remember what you heard Roland Martin state. He was like, "Hey, if you basically siding with the white folks out there, the only thing that you do is you're hurting yourself." But you heard this man here specifically speak on how illegals were causing issues for those who were here and able to work, and they were doing the things necessary, and how the ones that were legal and that were here working, doing a simple job, they were getting undercut. Or maybe a strike was happening because people felt that they should have been getting more money or other things of the sort. So normally what happens with strikes is that people will decide to get what do you call them, like scabs or whatnot or whatever, but they will request or hire other people that will do the work for less so that business can keep going. So it is a problem. And again, this video is older than me. I wasn't even thought of when this video was filmed. But you know, let's keep going.
Absolutely.
And trust me,
when you look
and
at
they're
this,
gonna be real mad. I just said that, so they're gonna cover all the videos, but they can all kiss my. Go ahead.
but certainly when you think about also the children, people like myself who are born of Black folks born outside, now all of a sudden you get to 1 in every 5 Black people being either a foreign born Black person or child of a foreign born Black person. That does not include my son. Shout out to him, he turned 30 yesterday. And so now you have a third generation of folks, right?
No.
And
Hold
loses
on.
20.
I want to stay right there. Because that's critically important. So what you're saying, and again, this is the thing that these people. This is when you're stuck on stupid, and you don't pay attention. So I'm just going to use. So you take Eric Holder, who was the Attorney General, Barbados. You take Colin Powell. You take Shirley Chisholm. I can go Stokely Carmichael. I can go Harry Belafonte. I can name a whole host of folk today that when you start, Wes Moore, governor of Maryland. So, and they love yelling tethers. So the number you just gave, so what you're saying is that 20% of African Americans are children of Black immigrants. You said 1 in 5.
What I'm saying is 20%. 1 in 5 are either foreign born, so they're either Shirley Chisholm and Kwame Ture, right, born outside this country, or they're children of people born outside this country, such as myself, such as Wes Moore, some of the other.
Right. So I could swear, because didn't he sit up there and say Westmore wasn't? Let me, because I love that, people happen to mention uh things directly up here, right? Let me just do that. I knew his name sounded very, very familiar because we covered him briefly, right? So again, go back to Roland Martin, right? He wanted to list all of these people, right? But he did not mention this fact directly to a lot of the folks. Maryland Governor Wes Moore vetoed slavery reparations study, citing a need for the work itself. Brother, what? So it says that Maryland Governor Wes Moore announced Friday, this is back in May 16th of 2025, that he will veto a measure to create a commission to study potential slavery reparations in the state, saying that while it was a difficult decision, the issue already has been studied and now it is time to focus on the work itself. Moore, a Democrat who is the state's first Black governor and the only Black governor currently serving, wrote in his veto letter that he applauded the legislature working on the bill. Quote, but in light of many important studies that have taken place on this issue over nearly 3 decades, now is the time to focus on the work itself, narrowing the racial wealth gap, expanding home ownership, uplifting entrepreneurs of color, and closing the foundational disparities that led to inequality from food insecurity to education. The governor also noted that the veto letter that Black politicians have risen to the highest levels of government in the state in recent years. For example, United States Senator Angela Alsobrook is the state's first Black United States Senator, and Maryland also has a Black Attorney General, a Black State House Speaker, and a Black Treasurer. Huh. Well, so much for that. So much for that. Yeah. Very interesting how people want to sit up there and list all of these, other things, but they don't bring up how, people want to, step in and cause certain problems and issues politically when it deals with Black Americans and the things that we are, working directly on and all this other type of stuff, right? So let's keep going.
This, and this is a Jamaican woman stating that Black Americans complain too much, and that's why the rest of us are more successful because we work hard and we appreciate things. Well, I'm not gonna say she lying. That's her truth, and that's what she's observed. Y'all do complain that we come here and we taking your jobs and all that other kind of stuff. We come here, we work circles around you because we appreciate hard work. Not saying that y'all don't, but y'all are used to a lot of privileges that blacks in other countries don't have. So when this
So why don't the blacks in other countries have those privileges? What so if you have the government body, let's say of like Jamaica or elsewhere, is totally representative of you, how don't you have, the privileges? How don't you have things set forth to make life easier for your people specifically there, knowing the history and the hardships that you guys have had to go through? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. And again, with the whole thing of everybody saying that they're so much more hardworking than Black Americans. Wow. Wow. But let's keep going.
Jamaican woman spoke up and said this, y'all jumped all over her. Was she telling the truth? You just didn't want to hear it. The bottom line is this. They said, she quotes, this Jamaican lady said that immigrants come to America and do better than Black Americans because back in their village, they wipe their butt with leaves and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, that's just teaching you to be grateful for the opportunities and take advantage of the opportunities that you have. Y'all were born with these opportunities available to y'all, and y'all didn't take advantage of them. So when our families come here and pass it down generation to generation, work hard, take advantage of all these opportunities, you looking at us like, wow, send them back to their country. They taking all of our jobs and all of our opportunities. No, you were born with them. You just didn't pay attention to it. So when we come here, we do the work that needs to be done. Now you looking at us crazy. I side with the Jamaican on that. And that's just what it is.
Of course she is. She's going to side directly with her people. If you pay attention to the conversation, she kept saying we, and then I. She that's what she kept doing. Started sounding French out here. Oui, mon ami. Like, mon chéri. Like it's crazy out here how these folks. Again, when you have Black Americans specifically stating who it is that we are and how it is that we do certain types of things, folks like this always want to get directly online and they want to start making videos and yada yada yada. Again, a lot of these folks, they can't talk about nothing else of interest that would draw eyes directly to them. They have to keep consistently talking about and making content about Black Americans in order to have any type of level of success. Any type of level of success. Like I said, it's some crazy work out here, but ridiculous. Shout out to the septum ring theory, though. And again, she makes the same content all the time. If it's not her talking about this, then somehow she's talking about Black American men in a negative light. So now we're going to take this turn of events and we're going to look directly at somebody being too overly concerned when it deals with ICE.
Understand how traumatic this situation in Minneapolis feels. Like, I am sitting in my living room and there's like I have large floor to ceiling windows in here, and every car that passes, because I live on sort of a major street, I'm like, is it ICE? I'm just like, is it okay? Nope, not ICE. Okay. There was a car this morning that was just idling in front of my neighbor's house, and I just sat at the window because I was like, because it was kind of like an ice car. It was a kind of car that ICE be driving, so I was like, is it I? And so I just sat there and watched, and it was just like a dude who was like walking back for something. I was like, oh, okay, it's cool. I hear squealing brakes. The sound of squealing brakes sounds like whistles. And so there's been a couple of mornings where like a school bus has gone by and I've heard squealing brakes, and I'm like, and it puts me into like fight or flight, because I'm like, what? Okay, no, it's just I'm driving around. Oh, see. Literally, hold on, hold on. A big Suburban with non-Minnesota plates just pulled up and like idled, and I was like, and it's traumatic. every time I go out, which is not a lot, I'm what's this car doing? I rolled up on a car. I was driving the other day. I rolled up on a car that had deep dark tinted windows, and I just pulled up beside him and was just looking inside.
I just want to. I don't know who this person is, and I'm just going to use person, and I'm looking at the ashy knuckles. But what I want to point out here is the fact of why would you decide that you want to pull up so close and next to a car with tinted windows that you want to try to peer in and look directly into that vehicle? Do you not understand how stupid and dangerous that is? Do you not understand? Let me go back to the first one. Do you not understand how stupid that is? Why would you do that? It's tinted windows. You don't know what they got on the other side of that window. You could have potentially just been out of here. You could have been 100% out of here because you are opting not to mind your business. And I keep trying to tell people, if you decide not to mind your business, things happen. And you got this person here having like breakdown anxiety attacks, like, yo, ice, where they at? I sense ice. They got the whole brain thing going like Professor X, Gene, that type of thing. And I'm like, yo, what is wrong with you? I'm like, why are you acting like you just had like a sheltered life and you were just living in like a bomb shelter like your whole life and you barely had any type of human interaction? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, yo, you need to be on some meds. Like, yo, it's far too many people out here, getting real weird about this situation. Like, never at a point in time have I ever been like looking at and just like scared and this, that. Like, what are you doing? Like, you moving too much. Calm down. Stop whatever you drinking. If it's coffee or a cappuccino or something, express. Yo, put that down. Just have some water. Have some water. It's crazy.
Like this shit is traumatic. I like it is hard to describe the way that I feel like my brain and my body have been rewired by this experience, because it's like you are just constantly on the lookout for danger, like an active threat, and it just feels like, and you can feel it. It's palpable. Everybody can feel it. You walk into a store and it's just quiet. People are just, it's eerie and it's scary and it's terrifying.
So somebody says she's mentally ill, just like most of you walking in the United States today. You have issues. So who specifically are you referring that to? Let me know. Talking to the Graham Sylvester. Let me know who you're specifically trying to just point that towards. Somebody said defending the septum ring. Wait, what? You said I appreciate all of the liberal women taking it upon themselves to intervene upon their men's xenophobia. What are you even talking about here? What is it? Somebody said, "Man, no, lol. Piercings don't define anyone. What's wrong with y'all? A lot of a lot of tribes all over the world wearing piercings." Well, we're not talking about tribes all over the world. We're talking about here in these United States. We're 9 times out of 10, well, actually, technically 10 times out of 10, because it's a rare, ultra rare instance that folks with the septum rings will actually make sense. Um, but I'll just use the 9 times out of 10. Whenever you happen to see this in the United States, it's going to be followed by something that just does not make sense. And again, her reaction to the whole thing dealing with ICE, it just doesn't make sense. Why are you moving back and forth and peering out the window and looking into somebody's car? Like, that's dangerous activity. That's dangerous activity. Like, why would you do that? Like, you don't do something so stupid. Like, that is diabolical. Again, we know what xenophobia is. I'm just trying to figure out how do we even sit up there and get there. But like I said before, because a lot of people want to start using and branding words specifically on Black Americans. Um, Because for me, I'm looking at it as you got a lot of folks out here with black phobia, where it deals with fear of black Americans or black American BA phobia, right? You have a lot of folks out here that want to get directly online and start mentioning that they're, afraid of black Americans, that they have these certain types of feelings towards black Americans and all this other type of stuff. And they're just going off of very little to any type of information, right? The same thing that people like to say about xenophobia, right? With BA phobia, you have those out there going off of very little information. They're going off of information from other people directly out there in order to come through and state their you know opinion, if you want to call it that. Some crazy work out there. Somebody said he said you don't have to. WTF, are you on live? What am I on? And live your life. I mean, the craziest part is I am actually living my life. I do content, so maybe you should be living your life by actually not being in here. Because obviously you're not living your life if you're spending your time directly on your phone and complaining about me. You should be out there, taking trips. Go swim with some dolphins or the whales, right? Go take a telescope or a Nikon, P1000 and go look at the moon and the planets. Right? Go to Alaska or somewhere in Upper Russia and look at the aurora borealis. Go to the Serengeti. There's a lot of things that you could be doing, but you opted to be specifically here telling me that I need to mind my own business and go live my life. I am living my life the way that I want to. Obviously, you're not doing that. I'm actually happy with what it is that I'm doing. You're the one that's actually unhappy. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. Let me tell you something. Like I said, I love the comments out here. That is some wild work. Like, what? Like, I literally stated that, what this person is doing and trying to tell people to, in a sense, do by their actions is completely stupid and dangerous. You don't do that. Like, I don't care what hood it is. You don't roll up on a car that has tinted windows. Like, what are we talking about? Like, Lord have mercy. I thought that was common sense. Just like back in the day, like let's say again, born and raised in Detroit, common sense would tell a lot of people that if you were at a park and you saw somebody's car that was sitting there that had nobody in it and a car was on and it was blasting music, you just walk past that car. You don't touch that car. You don't even try to play like or act as though that you're going to get in that car and drive away. No, 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 no. Because you will be driving away in a casket. You don't do that. Like I said, there's certain things that people know what not to do. Like I said, I've never pulled up, even walking. I've never pulled up on a dude's car walking on the side of the street, but like, yo, let me go in there and look and see what they got up. Yeah, that's how your family gonna be planning a funeral real quick. That's how your family is going to be planning a funeral real quick. Again, you got people out here making dumb and stupid decisions. And luckily they did not win a stupid prize. But I promise you, let this person decide to go do the exact same thing again somewhere else. Oh yeah, you're gonna be hearing a whole nother news story. You're gonna be hearing a news story, I promise you. Like, that's crazy to me. Where did a lot of y'all grow up? And this is why I sat up there and said the whole thing with the Seth and Ring theory. She is giving people dumb information. Do not copy what this person did. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're going to get yourself in danger. You're going to get yourself maimed, or better yet, you're going to find yourself 6 feet deep talking to God, asking, "How did I get here?" Those are the only 3 options that you got. Don't do this. Like I said, don't follow stupidity. Like I said, it's crazy out here. that is wild. That is 100% wild. Like, you don't do stuff like that. You don't. It don't even matter, even if it's in your own neighborhood. You just don't do it. There's just certain stuff Hood logic 101. It's just certain stuff that you just don't do. Like, oh, that's oh my God. The amount of energy that people be having out here today is wild. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. Donna was like, yo, make sure your life insurance is paid up on you and your children. Yeah. If you're going to be stupid like that, if you want to play stupid games in order to win stupid prizes, yeah, make sure you got the max life insurance. Go right ahead. Knock yourself right on out. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Like, that is crazy. It is crazy. Sham was like, I wasn't in the projects, but I was in the hood. Yeah, same here. Same here. Yep. Let me see. You said Kennedy said make sure you have a revocable trust, LOL. Yo, that is crazy. That is diabolical here. But like I said, it is what it is, man. People just wanna sit up there and just do anything and think that ain't nothing gonna happen to them. All right. So now we're gonna listen to this young man and hear what he has to state about the online discourse, and things of that sort. So let's just take a listen.
Online discourse about why black people aren't out there protesting more, ain't out there on the front lines more, and saying that this isn't our fight. Some of my mutuals are into it, and they beefing with each other. But I'm going to try to explain to those people who don't know and don't understand why black people ain't out there. I'm going to explain to y'all, and I'm going to try to do it quickly because I want to do a longer form, but that'll be on a different platform. So here we go. I was born in 86, right? Throughout the 90s and the 2000s, one of the things that kept being said about black people is, they need to build up their community. Why don't they build up their own neighborhoods? Why don't they own their own businesses? Why ain't they doing all this stuff? They commit the most crimes. They're the main ones on welfare and all this other stuff. And they're the main ones with affirmative action and DEI and all this other stuff. And we believed all the stuff and negative stuff that they were saying about us, our community, and our culture, right? Right. Now, fast forward to where we are now, where a lot of us are doing our research on this stuff and realize a lot of the stuff that they were saying about us was just straight up lies. We don't commit the most crimes in this country. We're not the main ones who benefit from welfare programs. We're not the main ones who benefit from DEI and affirmative action. And regardless of anything that has ever been said against us, we still find time to laugh, smile, build up, take care of our families, and do all of that stuff. And we're learning that all that stuff that they said about us was lies. We also learned that a lot of the stuff that our ancestors fought for, the people who do benefit the most from that stuff, are the ones who will talk trash about our community and about our culture and don't even understand it.
Facts.
And now we're feeling offended because you guys are benefiting from the stuff that our ancestors fought for, but yet are the same ones talking some of the most trash about us. And y'all want to wonder why we're not fighting? We fought for y'all back in November. November 2024, we fought for y'all. Y'all didn't fight for y'all because it was a hectic time during that election. And that election showed black people one thing, that we are more on accord than y'all have been leading us to believe. Even black women, y'all have black women thinking that white women were going to stand by their side more than black men until them election results came in and we realized like we actually are more together than apart.
Yep.
And, of course, we can blame it on a couple of loudmouths with a podcast, Mike, but it is what it is. So we're looking at it like, nah, y'all got yourselves into this mess. What we're going to do is build our community like y'all been saying we need to do, and y'all can go deal with this. In fact, don't ask where the black people are at. Why don't you go ask all them random TikTokers who suddenly got political and told y'all not to doggone vote or try to vote for a third party, that as soon as the election results came in, all of a sudden, they don't talk about politics no more. Ask them to go help you. Don't ask us. That's the reason why. So just in case you need to know, that's the reason why.
He spoke facts. And again, there were a lot of during the election time, and I told people this before, all of a sudden, when election time was coming up, you saw all of these magical people that was normally talking about nonsense. Everybody turned into a politician. Everybody was all about politics. All of a sudden, I'm like, that's a bit weird. I'm like, weren't just some months ago, y'all were just talking about some foolishness. Y'all were talking about some drama. Y'all was talking about some gossip. You was talking about stuff that didn't have nothing to do with nothing. But all of a sudden, magically people are just like the most studious of students. They're just out here and they just magically know everything about politics and how to do this. And they were talking about geopolitics and all this other type of, and then as soon as everything was said and done, people went back to business as usual, or they started switching their names or magically started switching content and all this other type of stuff. It's wild. It's wild how that works. Like I said, who are some of the main people that I spoke directly on that was doing stuff like this? You had Lotto, aka Mulatto. You had Meg Thee Stallion. You had Nicki Minaj, which again, right now in 2026 is hilarious. You had Cardi B. Again, you had a lot of folks out there that was really talking politics who was never really talking politics in their music. I cannot, at any moment in time, any of those women of the popular songs that everybody was able to hear, right? I can't list you or bring up any of those records where it was like politic based. Now there's black artists, there's black male artists that have talked about politics and history and stuff and all this other time. But when they deal with those female rappers, yeah, they not dibbling dabbling in politics. It's mostly about men. It's about their bodies. It's about their sexuality. It's about hypersexualizing themselves and selling the image and making money directly off of that. And men are this and all. It's about a whole bunch of other nonsense that don't really got nothing to do with nothing. So it's like, yeah, he's right. A lot of people at one point in time, they were on a whole train talking about politics, and then supernaturally, nothing. That is crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. Wait, what is it? Says you're darker than that, maybe way thinner. Don't got the diabetic eyes either. I mean, technically, at this moment in time, my hair is actually fairly short. I mean, y'all done seen it before on previous live streams. This man Mo was like, he kind of looks like Sedge. That's diabolical. Normally that would be Gail's line right there. She would say like, "Yo, Sedge, that's your twin," and I'm like, "That's wild," because I'm nowhere even close to the weight at all. But I'm like, it'd be like that though, But this brother was speaking facts though, so like I said, if that puts me in the alignment directly with this brother, I'm all for it. We're brothers. We're happy and we're singing and we're colored. Da-na-na-na. Give me a high five, Shem was like, he don't look nothing like that. Yeah, Gail up here laughing in the comment section. Oh man, can't take y'all nowhere. Let me tell you, I cannot take them nowhere. But the funniest thing that people tend not to look at, and again, I gave y'all two videos where folks have a whole issue with how it is that Black Americans are getting seen and deemed, while all the rest of the videos are pretty much harping on Black Americans. So what I wanted to do was add a little bit of something more in there that people may not be directly aware of, right? So let's just take a listen to the President of the United States of America.
People we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them.
So we heard that, right? So the interesting part is this. I'm not sure if I might have had it already up there. Even if I did, I'm just going to put that up there, right? So you heard what he said about who's making up the nice majority of the populations when it deals with ICE, right? And how it is that you got folks out here stating that, oh, Black Americans, you got to fight with us. This is your problem too, because after ICE is done with us, they're going to come directly after you. The United States government is always coming after Black Americans. That shows the ignorance of a lot of people and how it is that they don't care nothing about the history up until stuff is happening to them. So let's just take it to a further extent on why it is that this is not a Black American issue, right? Let's go to the final example, the final boss, right? So anybody can look this up. Right. So in front of us, let me make sure that I gave you guys the right one. Okay, yeah. So it says that while specific recent figures vary, Hispanic individuals have historically made up a significant portion of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, personnel, with older data suggesting that it is around 24 to 30% of ICE agents who are Latino circa 2016 through 2019, though the latest DHS statistics show Hispanics at 22.8% of the entire Homeland Security Department, including ICE, with white non-Hispanics being the largest group at 51.7% as of August of 2025. Now, let's keep going. It says that the DHS statistics, August 2025, Hispanic or Latino employees made up 22.8 of the total DHS workers, right? While white non-Hispanic employees were 51.7%. The important part, they said earlier ICE agent data from 2019, reports from 2019 cited around 24% of ICE agents as Latino, with some data from 2008 showing 30%. Pay attention. Border Patrol comparison. Latinos make up an even larger percentage of Border Patrol agents, exceeding 50% past in some past counts. So the Latin community voted for Trump overwhelmingly, or even if they couldn't vote, they sided with Trump, leading to their own demise and their own people getting deported, including themselves. And then they also decided that they wanted to be a part of ICE, which is then against their own community, their own family, and their friends, their whole ecosystem, on top of the fact that they are a part of Border Patrol, upwards to about 50%. So somebody, again, make me understand how this is a Black American issue and or a problem. Because nothing up here is reading Black American to me. Nothing up here is telling me that these folks that I'm reading directly in front of me are Black American. Matter of fact, Trump said himself that it's the Latins that are directly out there, the Hispanics that are directly out there when it deals with ICE and how it is that they're taking on this arduous Herculean task. He didn't say nothing about Black Americans. He didn't say nothing about nobody else. But more specifically, he didn't say nothing about Black Americans. So again, I'm just trying to figure out, you got Roland Martin and all these other folks directly out there trying to say that ICE is a Black American problem. Where? How? Since when? Huh? Let me know. I'm just highly confused. You got people in the Latin community grabbing their own people up, snatching them up. So how is this even being placed directly on Black Americans? And the crazy part is, I wonder how many African immigrants are a part of ICE as well too. I'm talking about those who may be like Caribbean, African, and different things in that nature. Because it seems as though that a lot of folks who ain't from here, they like to join up with this stuff real quick to really try to put hands on their people and get them up out of here. It seems like people are real amped to do stuff like that, but somehow, some way, Black Americans get pulled into the situation as if we are, patient zero, as if we are the causation, as if we just allow this to happen. Nah, you might want to go talk to your other people, start getting them in alignment. Start figuring out what that's really about when it deals with your own people. Don't start bringing this over to the Black Americans and be like, yeah, this is on y'all. Y'all didn't do this. Like the dude said earlier, it was like, yo, you had a nice percentage of Black Americans, both male and female, that voted Democratic, and not just for themselves, but they voted for everybody else. And everybody else is like, we're not going to sit up there and vote with the Blacks. We're voting conservative. We're voting Trump. We're voting MAGA. I will vote for Donald Trump. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, now y'all got to deal with the fallout. And the craziest part, going back and listening to their brother speak, was the funniest thing that happened after the election is that you still had melanated women that held seats on mainstream media news, trying to push the narrative and trying to blame Black men for the reason that Kamala Harris didn't get elected. And like I said before, it even got to the point where you had Al Sharpton out there. he was saying the same thing. He was like, I don't know what it is, about the black brothers. I went to the barbershops and, it seems like that, they got a fear of, a strong black woman, taking a seat in office and having power. It's like, that's highly misogynistic. It's like, I don't understand, what's up with our black brothers not wanting to, vote for a black woman. It's like, I don't get it. But Kamala Harris ain't black. Kamala Khan, as I like to sit up there and call her. And it's crazy how people want to sit up there and keep bringing up the Kamala Harris thing, also knowing the fact that Kamala Harris has a white man directly on her arm. So it's like, how would you ever expect that she's going to even do anything directly for black people or anything that's going to be beneficial at all? And then people kept bringing up the whole thing was like, oh, well, Kamala Harris, she had a whole plan for black men, and you guys still didn't vote. Y'all should have been, you and Biden were directly in office for how long? And y'all never had a plan up until the last minute when it was time for you to get into office. Now you came up with this magical plan. You had all of this time to come up with a plan for black men. Yeah, nah. That's not happening. No, brother. Like I said, what did Ice Cube tell people? He was like, yo, I sat up there and went to the Democrats with the plan that I had, and they said wait until after election. And then he was like, oh, word? No problem. Let me sit up there and talk to the Republicans and see what I can spark up. Let me see what I can make happen over there. And like I said, nobody wanted to pay attention to that. Nobody wanted to pay attention to how Ice Cube was in front of a group of all women. I think, what was that called? It was called like the Queen's Podcast or whatever they wanted to call it. And all of them were just jumping and attacking this dude, like, oh, so what specifically do you have in there for black women? And it's like, what are you talking about? It's like the whole thing has to do with black people. It's the whole thing is to benefit black Americans. And they were like, no. So what do you have in there specifically written for, black women and this, that, and the third, and all these other types of things and whatnot or whatever. And you had women up there disagreeing with what it was that Ice Cube was talking about. And he was like, well, did you even read what the plan was even about? And she stuttered and she was like, no, I didn't read it. He was like, well, if you want to read it, you can go online and read it. And if you want to add some things to it, we got areas online where you can, make notes and add things directly to it, and it can be, thrown directly in there. Like I said, you were looking at a black man getting attacked who came up with a plan, and it didn't matter where he went. You had melanated women, they wanted to attack him. The Democratic Party wasn't trying to mess with it at all. So like I said, I ain't trying to hear none of that. I'm not trying to hear none of this. And then you have people like, who was it, like Joy Reid and some of these other women directly out here on these mainstream media, always demonizing black men and saying all of this other type of stuff, along with the whole thing of going back further back during the pandemic when it was like Stacey Abrams when she was trying to get reelected, and then still somehow, some way, no matter how the vote was sliding, people like, yeah, the reason that Stacey Abrams didn't make it is because of black men. Brother, Jesus, like people just cannot take responsibility. Somebody has to be the fall guy. That's crazy. That is wild. Oh my goodness. Oh no, that dude was trolling. Talking about she was gonna pull us in the White House. Yeah, all right. All right, that was specifically Kamala Khan as an Indian woman. Like I said, I didn't show the video a multitude of times when Kamala was getting interviewed by an Indian journalist, and he specifically stated that she was the first Indian representative in government. And I'm sitting up there waiting. I'm like, all right, Kamala Harris, like you're gonna tell him that you're a black woman, right? You went to HBCUs and all this other type of stuff, and you be using hot sauce and grains, and y'all know about Kwanzaa and all this, right? You're gonna correct them, right? She ain't never saying nothing against it. She sat up there, she nodded her head, and she smiled, and she went in directly into her answer and her response. And I was like, well, right there, that just sealed the deal for me. I know exactly who it is that she is. Because the moment in time that you try to tell a black woman that she is not a black woman, or you try to call her something else, she's going to go right back to that road and correct you. And then from correcting you, she's going to give you and deliver the information to you to let you know specifically who it is, who her parents are, and all of these things. Kamala Khan did not do that. I wonder why. But like I said, a lot of people still to this day sit up to say that that she is a black woman. So so be it. Whatever people want to sit up there and and believe. However, people want to sit up there and go about it. You got it. You got it. Um, Keith Taylor said reparations should be cash. Anything else could be allocated, aka digitalized. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. So wait, did she say that greens in a bathtub or something like that? Like I said, like even with my grandmother, I don't even think I ever remember seeing like greens in a bathtub. I always remember like the greens being like in the kitchen sink. We had two sinks, so you would clean them out, as greatly and as beautiful as you can, right? Bleach and all of that, let it dry and whatnot, whatever. Then you would fill it up with the water. You would have all your greens. You would sit up there and wash those greens. Then after you wash those greens, you would take the the water directly out, fill the water back in, and then you would just make sure that they're fully rinsed, and then you would proceed to do what it is that you normally do. Yeah, it's crazy. That is some diabolical work. Reber, or well, I'm just going to say Rebel, right? Rebe, I'm sorry. You said that Kamala's sister's bio says that she is Indian. Mm. Mm. Song, what is up? You said, and as soon as Joy Reid got canned, who did she first call for help? Black men. Yeah, that's crazy. Like I said, the craziest part about that is I've covered over the years a lot of these melanated women, because I can't specifically call them Black American women because again it's up in the air. A lot of people want to cosplay and portray themselves as that, but they're not. You got a lot of these melanated women that take up these seats. It don't matter if it's in sports or mainstream media, wherever it is, and they will dog the mess out of Black American men for no reason. They're not going to talk about the men of their culture. Even if those men are present, they're not going to bring them up. They're not going to talk about them. They're not going to put them in a negative light. But let it be a Black man in sports. They're going to horribly talk about him. I forgot what was that girl's name? Was it Steele? Or what was the other one? It was quite a few of them that when it dealt with negative stories about Black male celebrity athletes, they made sure to always stay on that, right? But when it dealt with the white male celebrities like Brent Favre stealing money, they didn't want to say nothing about that. They weren't trying to go all in on that, and they weren't trying to carry that for like several days and trying to respin it and remix it and all this other. They weren't trying to do none of that. But when it deals with the Black athletes, they'll make sure to stay on those stories. When they deal with Black celebrities, they'll make sure to stay on those stories. When it's anybody else, mum is the word. Mum is the word. Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. 100%. Like, what was it? Yo, Black, what is up? You said when she said that she washed the greens in the tub, I also knew she wasn't Black. The classic one that I love so much is when Hillary got questioned on the Breakfast Club, where she kept saying that she carries like hot sauce in her purse. And then Charlemagne the God, the main person that everybody, dislikes, he sat up there and called her out. And she was like, well, because he was basically saying like she's lying or she's trying to play directly into something to get the votes. And her main thing is she was like, well, is it working? I couldn't do nothing but laugh. I'm like, man, that's crazy out here. But the one that takes the cake is when Biden sat up there and told Black people, he was like, yo, well, if you're Black and you're not voting for me, then you ain't Black. Woo, diabolical. And I also want to note to a lot of people, because Petra's Farm remembers, right? I remember when Biden first got elected and he was going around doing the thank you tour and stuff. And one of the main things that Biden made sure to state, he was like, and a special thanks to the Black women who did the groundwork and who, helped to get me, elected or, reelected and all this other type of stuff. Black women were online. You couldn't tell them nothing. Right. So much so that this is when you have those other groups that claim that they are allies of Black women. This is when you have the Latin women coming directly out, and it came on mainstream media. It was like, oh no, realistically, it wasn't the black women, it wasn't just them, the Latin women out here, we really was doing the footwork, we was doing this and doing that. Like I said, so the moment in time that black women get highlighted for something, for their own decisions, and everything came to fruition the way that they wanted it to do, and they made it so by their actions, here comes other people to not even just let them just have that. They got to take a little bit of shot. They got to throw the energy somewhere else. But mind you, if that failed, right, and people knew that it failed, those same people wouldn't be trying to come through and sit up there and try to share the blame directly in that. They're not going to try to do that. So, and this is why I tried to tell a lot of black women out here before, that you don't really have the allies out here that you think that you have. This is why one of the previous people said the exact same thing. I think it was the previous guy that I had directly up here, which was this guy, and how he was stating how white women basically had a lot of black women out here tricked into thinking that they were going to side with them in an election. And then those white women was like, yeah, no, black women, y'all by yourselves. We sitting up there voting over here. They waited fine night up until the night of that election to let black women know that, hey, we were never on your side. And this is historically what they've always done. So again, wrapping all of that directly into the whole thing with delineation. This is why black Americans are separating themselves from a variety of things, because whatever we've decided to, in a sense, connect ourselves directly to has, had a negative or harmed us in one way, shape, or form. We've been used a variety of ways. And again, black Americans are tired of being used by everybody else. Like I said, even when it deals with the culture that we created, when it deals with hip hop and rap, people are like, oh no, but y'all don't really own it. It's actually this other group that own it. Okay, that's cool. But the other group did not, they can't carry it. They can't make it hot. They can't do what it is that we naturally sit up there and do. If you take black Americans out of rap and hip hop and you try to throw other people in there, yeah, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to have that energy. It's not going to have that soul. It's not going to have that Midas touch. It's just going to look like people doing blackface without the blackface. Realistically, that's what it's going to look like. And again, you can throw, let's say you can throw Jamaicans in there, you can throw Dominicans in there, you can have the Jamaicans, Dominicans, the Haitians, the Caribbeans, the Africans. You can throw all of them in hip hop and make them the face of hip hop and rap. All they're doing is cosplaying. All they're doing is mimicking and taking what it is that was already the groundwork and still using that. They're not even doing their own thing. So again, it's not going to move that far. Because if it could, a lot of stuff would be moving in a lot of other areas and nobody would really be focused on what black Americans are doing in hip hop and or rap, but we know what it is. Like I said, we know the music that a lot of people listen to, even the main people here in the United States that can be the utmost racist. Like I said, Hulk Hogan, racist to a point. What did he sit up there and do on his television show? He got into his yellow pickup truck. I think it should have been like a Ford. And he was driving through Miami or Florida, whatever it was, listening to Young Jeezy. Yeah, and Hulk Hogan was caught being racist, talking about that he didn't want his daughter Brooke getting married to a black. That's the best way I can sit there and put it. And that's what he said. He said on the off chance that she does, he at least got to be, rich and wealthy. That's the only way that it would sit up there and make sense. But nah, we just, even still, it's just like, nah, it's not it. Racist to a point. Like I said, you can't make this stuff up. It's wild out here. Like I said, I don't see people sitting up there like listening. How many what they got, like Muslim or Muslim music, like I'm not even sure what that is, in a sense. I mean, I know it got some some tunes and some instruments and stuff like that, but nobody out here rocking that music. Ain't nobody sitting up there like rocking nothing from like Australia. Ain't nobody really out here rocking African music like that and all this other. Like I said, like, pay attention. Pay very close attention to who people want to model themselves. Matter of fact, to speak on the whole thing of emulation and how it is that people want to copy a lot of things. Let me see if I actually have that video, because there was a video that I went directly over earlier that in a sense touches on the fact of cosplaying. So let's take a look at this. Hold on, let me pull back. Let me bring those two down. Let me go back because I had too many videos directly up. And let me put this video directly up here, right? Right. So we see this, right? So you see these Asians and what it is that they're doing, right? Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. So this is a they Mexican, right? I don't see nothing other than like the normal hairstyles and the way that they look. Everything else is Black American, right? Sitting up there doing a rap video. Look at how you're moving. Look at that. What's happening, right? And then what is this, like a Latin sorority or something like that? And what you basically seeing here, right? So this is in a sense like blackface. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. And this is on some other show somewhere around the world, right? So the guy in the picture is a white dude, but he put on makeup so that he could appear as to be CeeLo Brown. So you got this other dude here doing the exact same thing. This white dude here is supposed to be Snoop Dogg. Let me sit up there and rewind that back real quick. That looks crazy. What is that? And that was Megan Trainor. And you got a white dude sitting up here, Stevie Wonder. What happened to all of the white artists though? What happened trying to, what about all of the what happened to all of the great and prominent white artists? Right? How come nobody wanted to be like Johnny Cash or something like that? Y'all ain't want to be like Axl Rose. Y'all didn't want to do nothing from like Aerosmith. What was it, Panthera or what is it, RAM? Or like there's a variety of groups out here that y'all could be copying. Y'all ain't want to do no Bon Jovi, no YouTube. Y'all ain't want to do the Police, Sting. Like what's happening? Y'all didn't want to do Linkin Park. Chad Kroger from Nickelback. Y'all ain't want to do none of those, but y'all had to sit up there and be like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to sit and put on blackface, and then we're going to play it off as if we're celebrating black artists. Huh? I've never done this before in my life, even though there's no such thing as whiteface. I'm just going to say, I've never heard of whiteface except for the side of like a hill or a cliff or a mountain. But yeah, that's crazy. That's diabolical. Like I said before, everybody listens to our music. Everybody copies and emulates Black Americans. Like I said, this is wild. This is what, like, y'all, all of y'all out here, y'all can't even just be yourselves from your own culture. Like, I would respect it. Like, this is what I expected to see, right? Like back when Black Panther first came out, a lot of people were sitting up there saying like, "Oh, Black Panther, that movie, it was a powerful movie that it impacted everybody right around the world. People were proud of their cultures. Like you heard people that were like, let's say like Native American or Mexican or Indians from India going to, or even people in China going to watch Black Panther in their own cultural wares, because that's how that movie it spoke to them in such a way that it made them proud to be who it is that they are, because they watched another group of people up there being so proud and unapologetic about how proud it is that they are throughout the movie. Whenever I think about people wanting to do music or just being here in the United States, that's what I expect to see. Like Nigerians, I expect y'all to be proud of being Nigerian. I'm not talking about waving no flag. I'm talking about every single thing that you do. I'm talking about in the clothes that you wear, all of that. That's not what I see. When it deals with the Dominicans, I expect to see the same thing. That's not what I see. When it deals with the Mexicans, the Latins, and everybody, that's not what I sit up there and see. I see everybody in some shape or form taking parts or cosplaying or mimicking what it is that Black Americans have always been doing. That's crazy to me, but everybody want to say that we don't got no influence, we don't got no move, we got no motion, we don't got no waves, we don't, we don't do nothing out here. But yet I'm looking at this. I'm looking at young Hector out here doing a rap video. Okay. All right. Like I said, that's wild to me. The other thing that should have been added directly in here is K-pop. that's a prime one right there. K-pop, they copy everything from Black Americans. If you've ever listened to R&B, hip hop, and rap, I kid you not, if you actually have an ear for music, you can watch about 10 to 20 different K-pop videos and you can spot where they got their stuff directly from. And then not to mention that, and again, I don't even, fault Black American dancers for going directly over there and making money and stuff, but you got Black American dancers that teach K-pop artists and groups on how to sit up there and dance. They're not good at doing it themselves. Now, if it's the Japanese, it's a little bit different because, like I said, the Japanese, that's a whole nother breed of Asians right there. And when it comes to them actually studying and getting stuff down, it's vastly different. Vastly different. But when it deals with like the Koreans sitting up there doing stuff, I done sat up there and watched videos of them just trying to learn what was that? What did I even just watch right there? That was wild. Like I said, I didn't watch the full video, and that just threw me directly off. clearly just sat up there and saw somebody in in a full skirt and all this other type of stuff. Okay, well, we saw the full video. I never saw the full video the first time, but I guess the main point that he was making in that video was the fact that the Korean or the Asian that was dancing directly in the video with the skirt, they got that whole dance directly from somebody that was obviously Black. I mean, the point was made. I could disagree with a lot of other stuff, but that's directly to the side. It's the whole thing of people basically taking things directly from Black. Again, I'll put it to you like this, right? I wish would have actually got that video off of TikTok. There was a young Black woman who did a video back, I think it was like 2013. It was like a dance that she did. And it wasn't up until Christmas of 2025 that it just blew up. But guess who was doing it? It was somebody white. And it's the same exact thing that always happens on TikTok, that when Black Americans do something, it's magically smothered. It gets no type of light. It doesn't really get popular. It gets sort of kind of popular. But then when you have a random white content creator decide to copy it and do it, magically it just blows up out of nowhere. I'm like, how do we do this? I'm like, y'all don't even naturally move or dance like this. Like, come on now. Proof of which, dealing with the whole like dances and stuff, when Black America is like, all right, so y'all want to play these games and make it seem like y'all can just come up with dances and make stuff hot. No problem. We're going to take a break from TikTok doing any type of dances. TikTok was the driest thing possible when Black Americans stepped away. There was nothing there. And that was during the time where everybody was doing dances and choreography. The moment in time where Black America was like, yeah, we're not doing that no more. So y'all figure it out. Yeah, it was looking real stale real quick. It was like magically, it's like people didn't know how to invent anything because they say that they can invent, they can do this, and they can. People wasn't moving. People were just doing the most stupidest things. They couldn't even move left to right on beat. I'm like, okay, but you made this dance popular. Oh, you're the one that did the choreography. Oh, okay, all right, you got it. Like I said, when you actually put people on Front Street and make them prove what it is that they feel about themselves, they fail every single time. Every single time. And then once Black Americans stepped back to the forefront, TikTok was live again. Color me surprised on that one. But everybody else is able to dance though, right? Everybody else can make stuff popular. Everybody else can move. Nobody's really paying attention to Black Americans like that. You guys are unimportant. There's more people than just you in the world, and rah, 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 rah. Then why wasn't everybody else from Australia to South Korea to Africa to South America to Canada to the United States? Why weren't none of y'all able during that stint that there was, in a sense, a blackout when it dealt with Black Americans not dancing, not doing no choreography on TikTok? Why wasn't y'all making anything pop? Where was the motion? Where were the waves? Where was everybody else copying what it was that you were doing? Nowhere, because y'all can't do anything. because you're not the source. Like I said, crazy work. It's diabolical how that happens. It's crazy. And like I said, for all of these groups that say that they don't care about Black Americans and they're not worried about us, they always find their way directly into either the live streams, either on YouTube or TikTok or on IG. They find their way into those comment sections when it deals with conversations that don't have nothing to do with them. They find their way into politics, again, which is something that has nothing to do with them. They find their way directly into our communities, again, which is something that has nothing to do with them. They find their way directly into a lot of our arts, again, which has nothing to do with them. But yet people say that they're not worried about us. They don't care. They're not concerned. They have their own beautiful cultures and this, that, and the thing. Okay. Again, case in point, when it deals with Africans, why do I see a lot of Africans trying to be rappers and they're dressing like Black American hip hop artists directly over here where they got grills, where they're wearing all of this jewelry? Right, where they're doing all of this super braggadocio, type of thing, where they're talking about the cars and they're talking about the fashion and all this other type of, like, what's going on? Why do I see a lot of similarities, so to say, of how it is that Black Americans naturally film their videos, and I'm seeing that over there in Africa? I'm like, huh? I'm like, how long y'all been doing stuff like that, right? How long y'all had rap and hip hop directly over there? Y'all had that over there for like 1,000 years running. Like how long is it's been moving over there? Like I said, that's crazy. You got Africans still today dressing like it's the early 2000s. Like it's crazy. Like we bring it back, walk it out, and DJ Unk and all of this other type of stuff. Like it's wild out here. It's crazy. You would have thought it was Stump the Yard over there. You thought it was the early 2000s. You would have thought B2K went over there and they started filming some stuff. You got served. It was wild. I'm like, nobody's wearing those oversized clothes at this moment in time. That was a style for like a nice solid, like decade. That was a nice part of culture, oversized, like shirts and jerseys and pants and shorts and stuff like that, Air Force Ones. Yeah. And we're not doing that. We put that directly to the side. We've evolved. But obviously other people don't know how to evolve because all they can do is just copy. It's crazy. That is diabolical. Yo, Song said, gotta run, fam. Big up yourself and keep the home fire burning. Remember the word of Michael Jackson: we are the world. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Tiamat said, not you. Hey, gotta go with that. Soldier Boy, tell him. Yep. Gotta crank that Yule. Soldier Boy up in this. Watch me crank and watch me go. Watch me crank that Soldier Boy and Superman. That now watch me Yule. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. And that was a young dude that sat up there and did that. Was like what was it? Young Draco. What was it, like 16, 17 or whatnot, coming up with his own beats, own dance, so much so that you had, I kid you not, you had millions of videos, if not more than that, copying that exact same dance and trying to make their own dances from it. Crazy work. You will never see something like that ever again. Well, it's going to be a long time for something to hit that hard at a certain point where everybody's just trying to copy and emulate that. Crazy work. Shout out to Soulja Boy though. The first to do it. Q5U said never evolved past Predator Scavenger stage LOL. Marvin said, y'all mean y'all aren't wearing tall tees anymore and do-rags. Wait, what do you mean by y'all? I'm a little bit confused. What do you mean y'all? I gotta sit up there and treat this like tropical thunder. What do you mean, you people? Yeah, what do you mean, you people? Somebody said, who was the FBA? Look it up. TMI said, facts, he did that. That is bars. That's bars. Marvin said, tell him we wear zoot suits and finger wave perms. That is way back. Brother Reef said, even the dance from Fortnite was created by a black team. They steal everything. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. You also had the Carlton that was directly up there. I think he tried to Alonzo. What's the name? I can't even think of his last name, but he had a problem with Fortnite about 3 years ago when his dance, showed up there, and you know, I'm not sure. I don't think he was able to get anything from that, but I'm not even sure if that dance is even still on there either. So, there's that. Real Hustler said, "Here it goes." Now, when you said that, I thought about All That with Keenan and Kel. Yeah, I thought about all that, and also Keenan and Kel, and hearing like the Coolio theme song on Nickelodeon. As soon as you said that, I kid you not. Sham said, "You didn't see that power fist that the dude got a shadow ban for being." No, I didn't even see that. Like I said, I get specifically just like focused directly on talking. I get tunnel vision. Like I kid, I kid you not, Sham. I get direct tunnel vision. Get tunnel vision. Marvin said it's a joke. I'm from Mississippi. Real Hustler said, "Are they a cult?" Lennar, what is up? What is up? What's up? You said these can't get more words. You said these tethers dress like a 1991 Spice One. That's crazy. Marcus said, I saw an Asian dude with Tim's and a do-rag yesterday. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, thank you. Alfonso Ribeiro. Yeah. Thank you. Because like some of these names I used to automatically remember just like that. Now it's like, yeah, Alfonso, what's the name? What's the name? But yep. I remember he was trying to go for that as well, too. There was a multitude of other dances as well that ended up getting famous. I forgot what it was. Somebody in the comment section may know what I'm talking about. There was a dance that got famous, and it was a white girl that did it, and it got to the point where they pulled her on the Ellen show. And then the fallout basically happened when people were like, "Yo, she stole that dance from a black content creator. She's not the originator of that." Like I said, you got a lot of people that will live directly in this lie because they know that it will get them fame and fortune, and they don't want nobody to sit up there and find out anything. So they'll try to do what they can to quote unquote hide the originators or to hide the history. So this is what I'm saying, right? If you got people that are online stealing things from the originators and then trying to do what it is that they can to only keep the light on them and so that people don't go back and research, what does that then mean also with the United States history or the history of the world? Right? So if we look at something so small as a dance and how it is that people want to get fame and fortune off of something that they didn't create, and they want to have distractions, or they want to pull people's eyes directly to them and not have them look anywhere else so that they can obtain and get the fame and the fortune and the recognition. If they're willing to do that to sell this big lie, what does that then mean when it deals with American history and the history around the world? That's all I'm saying. Because all of it's linked. It's a learned behavior, and it's a learned behavior that is passed down. Like I said, it is DNA woven and encoded. That's all I'm saying. Okay, it was you said it was a renegade dance? Yeah. Yep. And like I said, and that's just one of many. Like I said, you had the well, I'm not gonna say if she was black or not, but there was a melanated woman. She had a song called Jericho. And I kid you not, like even if you go to listen to that song right now, it don't matter if it's a cappella or if it's with the music. The way that she sings, it's something like it's a feeling that's directly there. You can't put your finger directly on it, but it's like you automatically feel it, right? And I remember doing videos, and I like when I first like heard about it because I saw it before, and the issue that came up was that you had other people that were Caucasian, right, or Caucasian like that, in a sense, on TikTok when she originally had it up there on TikTok. You had other folks that were able to, mouth or do the lyrics in a song, and magically TikTok treated it as if they were the originator, and then they muted the actual artist, the actual creator. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, this is happening in real time. You are watching real life theft directly happen, and a platform selectively choose or state who is the originator, who is not. and they're stating that the copycats are the originators, while the originator is silenced and basically listed as a copycat. Yo, that was just like seeing that in real time is crazy. So this is why I sit up there and tell people, like, you can't sit up there and tell me nothing. Like there's tons of people out here that pay attention to stuff, and they are jealous, they're envious, and they want to emulate. And in order for them to do so, they have to have certain platforms that will allow them to, do just that. And they did that in real time. Like that was going, if I remember correctly, I want to say that was going for at least about a good month plus. I think I want to say at least about a good month plus. That was like a whole fiasco going on. And then you had fields of Black folks on TikTok speaking out and making videos directly about this. And then that's when everybody else wanted to jump on the whole bandwagon, but they didn't care about it before that, though. Didn't care about it before that, which is, again, is crazy. Timon said, I remember that the skinny Asian dude stole it. Yeah. Yep. Miss Incognito said Alfonso Ribeiro. Correct. Sham said Inaiko has a beautiful voice. It feels ethereal, like a higher power. Then you have both Caucasian and Asians stealing it, trying to be famous on it. Yep. He said, luckily she was famous enough that people called them out. Yeah. Like I said, it was crazy. That was 100% crazy. And again, all of those folks that were subscribed to those other content creators that literally were stealing her work, they didn't really have nothing to say. They didn't, in a sense, care, and they knew what it was, because everybody normally on TikTok, they'll happen to see other videos that are similar and all this other type of stuff when it deals with music and stuff. So it was impossible for them to have never have known who the originator of it was. Impossible. I think maybe at one point TikTok did do something where they took her video down and she had to re-upload it or something. Like I said, it was a whole fiasco. It was disgusting what was happening and taking place. But that's the world at large. That's what tends to happen. Marvin said, yeah, I forgot about Gundam Style. That was all different types of Black dances put together. You say you forgot about Gundam Style. It was a dance with like 6 different Black cultural dances put together. It'd be like that. And I remember that was Psy. That should have been what, like 20, was it 2013? 2014, somewhere up there. And I think one of those years, didn't they have that for like a New Year's thing as well too? I want to say that should have been listed as New Year's or a song directly up there. Let me see. What was the other thing that they had up there too? Like, even when it dealt with music on New Year's, I look at everybody else's music and it looks quite boring. People are not as hyped. Let me tell you something. And the other thing I've stated before too is, like, when it deals with like Black artists, like, yo, you got a lot of crowds out here. They just not gonna be moving. It's gonna be looking like 1955. It's like, oh man, we found out, like, oh, this Negro was the one actually doing the music. Really? And then you just got people just sitting directly in the crowd, like looking around. If anybody know what that reference was from, it was a song way back when it was like Little Bitty Pretty One. And when you have the young Black man singing it directly in front of a crowd of white people, you can tell that they wanted to move. You can tell that they wanted to dance, because the white girls, they were sitting up there like laughing. You know that they wanted to get up, but they were like, no, I'm waiting to see what everybody else is doing. Oh, nobody else is moving, so all right, I'm not gonna move either. Even the ones that had the stiffest faces, that looked the utmost racist, you could tell that they wanted to start dancing. They couldn't, though. They couldn't do it. It was another song just like that too. I cannot think of the young woman's name. It was like in the early 90s. It was in the early 90s, and I remember a video where she was singing a song, and it was like she was on the stage, and it was white people around the stage and also in the crowd, and there was nothing. There was no type of energy. She was the only one giving energy. Everybody else is like stale. And I'm like, really? I'm like, this is why, like, yo, just let people just like just put Taylor Swift and Megan Trainor and all these other artists directly in those spots. Cause I'm like, yeah, we don't got no time for this. Cause I'm like, that's what I be talking about. Like, yo, you be having black folks out here, they be like dancing as if their lives depending on it. Like they will leave everything on the floor every single time. And then it's like you got people directly out there and they just don't know what to do. They don't know how to react to the energy. Magically, it's just like, it's whatever. Like I said, you got a lot of ungrateful folks out here. Like I said, for black folks, I get that, money is the whole thing or whatnot, but you got to also do stuff where you know that you're going to be appreciated. Like I said, you gotta go to places that you know that you will be appreciated. There's a lot of places around these United States here you are not going to be appreciated. That's just facts, and that's also historically speaking as well too. Like I said, crazy work out here. But yeah, pretty much that is it. That is pretty much it. Dealing with the things of people saying the FBA is a cult, which it is not. And let me see if I got the what's the name directly up there. Nope, that was the whole thing doing African American. George W. Bush. Oh yeah, I probably took it down. But yeah, everything dealing with FBA and how people want to sit up there and feel that it's a cult. It ain't. Yeah, there we go, right there. Right at the very bottom, not an organization. FBA isn't a formal group with a leader, but a concept of a identity. Like I said, of an identity. So like I said before, you got a lot of people out there just talking a whole bunch of nonsense, and they just don't like the fact that Black Americans are playing the exact same game that everybody else been playing. Black Americans are saying the exact same thing everybody else has been saying. Like I said, people start acting real funny when you give them the exact same energy back. Now everybody want to be victims. Now everybody want to say, "Oh, Black Americans are xenophobic. They hate everybody. FBA is a xenophobic group." Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. But yep. Like I said, this is what it looks like when you are the most hated. You have all these other groups that will come out and speak against you. They'll say a whole bunch of negative things. They'll make up stuff. All on top of the fact that they forget how it is that they've always treated and talked to Black Americans. Any Black American out here can specifically tell you how it is to work with a variety of these people. I got my own stories, either working with people or going specifically to restaurants or different things like that. Even just being in Ubers. A lot of Black Americans have stories dealing with a lot of these folks. So like I said, they're very forgetful when it deals with how it is that they specifically treat us and the things that they specifically say to us. Just like I gave y'all that video before. Let me see if I can find that real quick, because that still matches up. Because I gave y'all a video a day or so ago where it was a conversation dealing with a Black. There we go. Let me just put it up there.
I tell you, the Ethiopians and the Somalians did not fuck with Black people at all. When I tell you, speaking of this, and this is what pisses me off more than anything. So my friend, he works at a shipping yard. Been there, I think, for around 13, 14 years. Good rapport. Wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning. Bless his heart, because I'm not doing that shit. Wakes up at 3 a.m. in the morning. Got good rapport with his wife.
Hold on, let me see.
And stuff. You want to know who tells on him and all the Black people? The Ethiopians and Somalians. And he says not only did they tell on him, he said it got so bad that that Black people that were working there and some Mexicans, they just up and quit and left, or they got fired. Guess who comes in? Somalian family members. My slogan this whole entire this year and next year, ICE ain't moving fast enough. Trump, you're not moving fast enough. Get they asses up out of here. The time for unity has ended. ICE ain't moving fast enough. Y'all start seeing these motherfuckers getting dragged up out of here, walk on by. Just like Dionne Warwick says, move on. We're not playing those games with motherfuckers no more. I am so sick and tired. And what bothered me is that my friend, he's a strong black man. He has a whole, family, a wife. He was on the phone almost in tears. A man that's been doing his job for 13 years because some bony Somalians and Ethiopians want to bring their ass up here off the backs of black people with the Immigration Reform Act and Civil Rights Act and talk shit to people. Trump, ICE, y'all not moving fast enough. Get into Minnesota's a prime example, the Twin Cities. Get in there and start putting in on those planes or ships or however y'all shipping people out. Get them up out of here. I'm over it now. I'm tired of it. They don't want you. I'm a Republican for 25 years. You could take your 25-year ass right back over there to Somalia while they over there have feed the children and you got flies on your fucking eyes. Go be a Republican over there. We finish over there.
Yo, that's crazy. That man was crazy right there. That, you know what the funniest thing is? I feel as though that video fits right up there with another video. Let me see if I actually got that one. I thought I edited that one pretty well. I guess not. Things happen. This one right here. Let's take a listen.
And asking me about responding to Nicki Minaj's unhinged homophobic tweet about me. I usually don't respond to this stuff, but let me just say this. Nicki Minaj, stop talking about for which you know nothing about. This is out of your depth, by the way, and you are a homophobic bigot. You don't care about African Americans, and you're not an African American. From what I know, you are reportedly an undocumented citizen, so you should be deported under Donald Trump's rules. And the other thing is that your family members, you have one family member who is reportedly a sex offender, the other family member, your husband or whatever, offender is your husband, and one of them is reportedly file, and you have nerve to talk about me and what you think that I do. Nicki Minaj, get a life. Stop being a pick-me. You should have put a pick-me doll on that damn tweet instead of a Chucky doll, because you are nothing but a pick-me. And I choose not to pick you. And so should black people, and so should gay people. Shouldn't buy your music. Clock that.
Right. And that's why I told people before that you got a lot of these folks that thought that they were bigger than the program. Out of all people that you wanted to go directly for, you went and decided, Nicki Minaj, to have a comment towards Don Lemon. Dear Lord, this is a black gay male. Out of all things in life, why would you do this? This was not that I don't this wasn't even on my bingo card. I don't think that anybody in Nicki Minaj's camp really fully thought this out. I don't know who her handlers are. They should have as expeditiously as possible told her to don't do this. Because again, he's a journalist. He has all the money in the world that he needs to get whatever paperwork he needs in order to prove whatever point that he needs to sit up there and prove. And this is why I told people before that if you got women out here that are Nicki Minaj fans, I'm like, that's a little bit weird, because I'm like, ain't those the same people that sat up there said that black men are weird if we're, listening to like Sean Combs music, if we're listening to R. Kelly, if we're listening to Chris Brown, Michael Jackson, all this other type of stuff, right? Because they wanted to talk about, oh, look at all these black males and all the negative stuff that they did, right? But I'm like, there's a lot of black women out here that listen to Nicki Minaj and they follow her, right? They're called like, what is it, like the Barbs and all this other type of stuff. So I'm like, so you got a family member that's an offender, and then you got some other offenders directly there. And you mean to tell me that the Barb cult knows this and still follows Nicki Minaj? And now Nicki Minaj is specifically on the Republican side. So I guess now all of the Barbs and whatnot, I guess they are now conservative too, because Nicki Minaj is conservative. I guess they're up there with Erica Kirk, and they love JD Vance and Trump and all this other. Hey, like I say, you try to tell people. You try to tell people not to do that whole false idolization. Don't idolize people like that. Yeah, it's not looking too good. It's not looking too good. And when you sit up there and bring that up to a lot of those folks, they act like they don't know what you're talking about. They act like you don't know. They act like they don't know. But these are the same people that say that they care about the women and the children, the black women and children directly out there. How? Because if we're to look at Nicki Minaj's record, she ain't really showing that she really cares about anything. She's just all over the place. Wherever there is money, that's where she is. Yo, that is crazy. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Mm. 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 Well, it'd be like that. We'll see what Nicki Minaj's next album or her record will be. Hopefully, it will address I guess a lot of these things and the whole thing with her going conservative and all that. Like I said, I told people that I found her to be a problem when I think what was it? Nicki Minaj was giving like a speech over there at the UN. I'm like, I see where this is going. And this goes back into what I stated before, where you got a lot of these folks from other places magically getting these political positions so that they can speak, for their people or other people like them. And that's what she did, because she wasn't talking about or for Black Americans. But yeah, I can only blame Nicki Minaj fans directly on that. They're the enablers. It's the same people that would always try to say something about Black men enabling, all these other male Black artists to do whatnot or whatever. Yeah, anybody who follows Nicki Minaj, you enabled her to do things that she is currently doing at this moment in time. Good luck with that. Good luck with that one. You said he actually said clock it if that wasn't feminine. He's a part of the gay community. He's going to sit up there and say and do that. I mean, I don't know. To me, I don't really care that much or that far directly about that. Because again, he's a gay male. He's going to do that. I don't understand how people are a little bit lost and confused. But what I will sit up there and say in response about something that I'm confused about is, why you still have men out here sagging their pants when we have a such thing as belts or suspenders or pants that specifically fit. And especially if you're in your 30s, 40s, and your 50s as a man out here and you're sagging, and especially within the last 10 years or 15 years that I saw grown men out here sagging in skinny jeans. What? Crazy work. Like I didn't set up there and seen a multitude of like older Black dudes out of shape and overweight, pop belly stomachs and everything, sitting up there sagging with skinny jeans. I'm like, all right, you must have just got out of prison. You must be really advertising for a boyfriend at this moment in time. Because out of all the places that you could have shopped at, I know they sold belts. I know they sold belts. I'm like, yo, you couldn't have got you like a nice expensive Gucci. You know what? I forgot. I actually did see one of those dudes actually sagging their pants before, and they still had on a Gucci belt. So belts don't even matter. It don't even matter. Pink said, don't forget that Nicki Minaj posted a photo of Malcolm X calling him a looking such and such ninja. That's diabolical. That is crazy. Gail got all types of jokes in here. Let me tell you something. This woman got jokes. He was like, I'm not lost or confused. I was making fun of him. I mean, this is the thing, though. It's the same thing it's like, all right, he's gay. I'm like, I mean, what do you expect him to, sit up there and do? What do you expect the mannerisms to, specifically, be? I don't know. For me, it's like I just feel like it should be other stuff to worry about. Like, at least that Don Lemon, he's openly gay. Somebody got to explain to me about these other dudes out here sagging their pants. That's all I'm saying. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. One person is who it is that they are, and then you got other people out here trying to masquerade. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But I get you. I understand you. I understand you. Debo said, and Nicki Minaj dissed Rosa Parks. I can't say that I'm surprised. I might have forget about that. I might have forgot. I might have forgot about that one. Donna said, I hate the sagging look and the dirty draws. That's bars, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Sonny said, nah. Yo, what's up, Sonny? You said, nah, I can't forgive them when they're wearing basketball shorts under their jeans. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I mean, but that one is different though. It's like if you're wearing like basketball shorts, that's you being like prepared. It's like, all right, sooner or later, like somewhere during the day, we about to go to the court. So it's like you already basically got your clothes prepared. Like I get that one. Like I said, played basketball out there and whatnot. So I get that one. I'm just talking about people that are just like straight out here, just like doing this like type of like whatnot or whatever. I'm like, yeah, it's looking crazy. It is crazy. Sonny said that you were like, I'm gay, and I think it's been about 3 years. Wait, you talking about 3 years since the whole sagging jeans, skinny jeans like epidemic? Wait, has it just been 3 years? You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I aged it a little bit more than what it should be because I forgot, dealing with the pandemic and stuff like that. So you could be right. You could be right. Rabbit said there's something about a pot belly that just disgusts me. Not a stomach. I mean a legit pot belly. And this is coming from a man. Yo, that's crazy. Wait, that's crazy. So you actually met Don Lemon some years ago. That's crazy. That is crazy. Shorty, yo, what is up, Leonard? Shorty 320 said, I'd say if you just insist on sagging, then please let your underwear be clean. Terry said, hating on FBA is crazy. Leonard said, FBA B1. Debo said, I want Nicki Minaj deported immediately, expeditiously. Bars. Gail Jones said, I thought it was 5. Wait, 5 what? I'm a little bit confused. I might not have been following what Gail was talking about. Rabbit said, I do wear basketball shorts in the winter. It works like thermal clothing. No, yeah. Like basketball shorts do keep heat directly, and it does. Like them bad boys work. It used to be a point in time, depending on where I would sit up and have on my normal like the snap away or the tear away like pants. Like that's why I would normally play, basketball in. Shout out to Stephen Barry, because that was where I would always get my clothes directly from. And I would wear this interchangeable. It's either don't matter if it was basketball or if it was just like for normal wear. Anything Stephen Barry had when it dealt with those sets, like I was there. Couldn't tell me nothing. Sham said Nicki Minaj has been saying racist stuff for years as an artist, and I think she knows her followers are white women and little white girls. Gail said that picture of Don is about to make me switch. Oh my god, only yellow hair. Debo said these tethers thought that they were better because they thought of having admixture made them exotic, while we are just black. They got a little Rocket the Raccoon gene. Diabolical. Sonny said, I possess the ability and I just haven't activated in 3 years. Oh man, this man right here. Let me tell you something. Leonard said, "Can we get Nicki Minaj and Ilion deported on the same plane?" And he said, "Come on, Trump, make it happen." G. Gail said, "I was talking about 5 years of sagging and skinny jeans." Oh, okay, I got you. Sham, I know Sham was talking about Sonny's comment. Oh man. Oh man, oh that's hilarious. Oh man, I was about to say only on Xbox Live, but I forgot we sitting up here on YouTube. Only on YouTube. Only on YouTube. Let me tell you, only on YouTube. But yeah, like I said, it's crazy out here. A lot of again the disrespect that Black Americans have to face and deal directly with on an everyday basis, and how we got to continuously defend ourselves and also prove ourselves and then still defend ourselves after we've already proven who it is that we are, or the many things that we talk about when it deals with the United States. Like I said, it's wild out here. It is 100% wild. Shan was like, I can't take y'all anyways. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know who the other person's talking about. Who was that? HUD? Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to. You need to add what you're talking about. D Boy said I'm sorry, D Bo. I'm thinking about Xbox Live. D Bo, my bad. You said now they're shook and calling FBA xenophobic because they claim all of our culture, accomplishments, and inventions and put a gate up. Now they are just vagabonds mixed with whatever. That's facts. That is facts. Shan was like, "Oh, trap card activated." I was going to let that person just try to leave a reply on what they was talking about, but it'd be like that. Everybody can't make it. Everybody cannot make it. Let me tell you. Wait, was Tippy here earlier? I can't figure out. Maybe what, Tippy might have been asleep, because I know I think like D Money had a late stream. When did he end that stream? About like 2, I think it was, or something like that. See, I know he ended that stream pretty late. Now I got to figure out what I'm about to sit up to do. I know I got to put a video up directly for you guys. The video I will put up is going to be a shorter version of what it is that we've talked about here. I'm going to make sure the videos pretty much match up in a certain order to carry people directly through the story so that people won't get lost. Because I think I did a video before and somebody was like, hey, I watched the video and I'm lost. I don't know what it was about. I'm like, I could have sworn I was explaining. I swear to goodness, I explain some of these things directly in the videos, but I don't know. Debo said Nikki can no longer claim hip hop. That is facts. Sham said I didn't see Tippy. Yeah, she probably sleep. He said we was up late watching a stream on The Walking Dead. Yeah. Black said Nikki was always overrated. She said, if you personally bang yourself, that just means you activated was it supposed to be master, or wait, was it Mr. Trap Card? Self-inflict wait. Yeah, Trap Card self-infliction. I think that is actually a card as well, too. It's been a minute. If I still have my book of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I miss all of my stuff. But yeah, I think self-infliction is one of them. I think that is one of them. Debo said, yeah, I've been following you since the first coming before YouTube was harassing you. Thank you for your services to the community. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Yeah, we've been up here for a minute. Sham was like, it was mystery. Okay, I got you. Mystery trap card. I got you. But yeah, it's been a minute. It has been a minute since we've been doing this. Like I said, crazy enough, I've sort of unconsistent, well, not so consistent, been doing this since like 2008 or 9, dealing with like the game videos, but then consistently it started about, realistically, what was it, like 2018? I want to say should have been like 2018, right? So 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I mean, now we're in 2025, but yeah, it's probably about like 6-7 years. Been really sitting up there doing this videos and live streams and whatnot. So that's why I always give my thanks and love and appreciation, because y'all could have been anywhere else in the world, but y'all decided to be here with me. Black said that was one of my favorite card games. I mean, yeah, they still got it up there. I'm not sure how a lot of people would fare right now, because like I said, I've been out of Yu-Gi-Oh for a very long time. So yeah, all of the new rules and the cards that you can use and the cards that are banned and all that. Yeah, I don't think I really got the patience for it right now. I mean, I could probably sit down and learn some stuff and whatnot, but I don't think I really care that much to even do it no more. Still love the show though. Still love the show. Like I said, it was classic. Still classic. Yeah, I'm about to sit up here and let y'all go. What time is it? We've been going for about 4 hours. Oh, it's only 2. Yeah, we did good. I might have to, keep doing some live streams early in the morning. So yeah, I got the rest of y'all free time to go out there and do whatever it is that y'all want to do. Shan was like, mystery trap card, self-infliction equals ban yourself before I ban you. He said, what was it? You missed the days back with the genuine look, and nowadays are barely genuine. Make you so sad and anxious. I got you. Debo said, peace, fam. I got you. Much love, respect, and appreciation from Debo. Much love. Leonard said, between the Fed Panthers, the Fed Panther Party, PSYOP, and Son Crave faking her own such and such. Again, YouTube has been quite hilarious these past weeks. Wait, who is trying to fake that they're no longer here? That's crazy. That is crazy. Yo, Brew, what is up? You said, my boy, you still going? I mean, yeah. Well, if you meant like the live stream, yeah, we still going. Or if you're talking about that, you may not have gotten notifications, for a nice amount of time, and I was doing content. Yeah, we still out here. We are still out here in these streets. More so on the other channel versus the original channel. But yeah, we still out here. We still out here. Shan was like, be safe, y'all. Stay warm and eat well. That is facts. So yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to any and all of y'all who have been here and a part of the live stream. Shout out to any members directly out here, any new subscribers out here. Shout out to all my mods doing the Lord's work every single day. Shout out to the MVPs, aka the trolls, for doing what it is that you normally do and getting banned every single day and still coming back. Shout out to anybody who's also a part of the Patreon as well too. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Leonard said, I said the name completely wrong. What is it? Sunsoray? I'm probably mispronouncing it, but you said Smith is her name, a whole cyber panderer. That's crazy. Black said, what games do you play now? At the moment, I've been playing like rogue light and rogue like games pretty much at the moment. So it doesn't matter if it's on Xbox or if it's on Steam. Actually, I just bought a few games recently. I just haven't had a chance to sit up there and play them because I just be fixated and focused on, trying to get out, content and stuff like that. So by the time I'm actually done doing live streams now, I'm like, all right, well, it's time to eat. Let me sit down. And then the moment of time I sit down and eat, I'm like, all right, time to go to sleep. so I really haven't technically been playing much of anything. I've been, more so just, doing this every day and working on some consistency. The same thing I normally tell people about out here. So, I'm trying to be about it instead of just talking about it. So that's, it's currently, where I'm at this moment in time. But yeah, anything that's like a rogue like or a rogue light type of game. I actually think there's a game I'm waiting for that's supposed to come out on the 26th, but I'm not sure. And then there's a shooter that's supposed to come out by the name of High Guard, and I haven't seen hide nor hair anything about that shooter. So, that's pretty much where I'm at. That's pretty much where I'm at. Sunny says it's been about 3 years, but when I do, this man said Jeffrey the Butler. That's crazy. Leonard said, yep. Most said I can say it on this channel without being banned. He said, Clemens is the reason that Lee ain't here. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Sham was like, ain't nobody gonna ban you for that. Black said GameStop in my area is closing down. Yes, it's tragic out here when it deals with GameStop. I mean, even though I shouldn't feel bad because GameStop been robbing people for years, but I guess it's more so because it was a part of the culture. You know. Then I said, I'm sick of PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo. We need some new games and gaming systems. I mean, it's a work in progress. I mean, you got the Steam machine. Realistically, the funniest thing is I'm actually looking forward to the Steam machine. I'm not sure if I'll be able to buy it when it first come out. But I am looking forward to that because my thing about it is that you got all of everything on Steam packaged directly into like one small PC, and you could just hook that directly up by an HDMI to your computer, and you could just do it that way, which is it's less work on your computer, and it makes it easier for you to just stream stuff. So for me, I feel like that's gonna be in a lot of streamers' homes. You'll see a lot of people picking that up, and they'll start streaming games because they got that. So you in a sense don't even need the most powerful computer to do it. You got that Steam machine, just plug that into like your laptop or whatever it is, and there you go. And have OBS and all this other type of stuff. Shan was like, yep, GameStop is thieves. That is facts. That is facts. Sham said they better not make another gaming system. It's like 5 on the market. That's all we need. I mean, it's not technically 5 in a sense. You got okay, so you got the Series S and the Series X, right? And then you got the PS5. The PS5 and the digital is pretty much like the same thing. I think the Pro was a little bit of an upgrade, so I guess you can count that as a second PlayStation 5. So that's 4 altogether, and then you got the Switch 2. I don't count the Switch 1 because they came back out in like 2017. So, we got the Switch 2. So I mean, yeah, basically you're right, yeah. I thought you were counting like all the different like sub versions of the exact same thing. But yeah, we're going to have new ones by, let me see, by the tail end of 2020. Was it 2027? No, I'm sorry. Probably about the start of 2020. No, let me redo that, right? Because we're in 2026 right now, right? So by the tail end, somewhere of the tail end of 2026, we'll either get or we're going to hear about the new systems, and then starting next year, that's when everything is going to be fully rolling out. But I feel as though that we're gonna get something before 2027. I feel like that's what's going to happen. Wow, that's crazy. No, I ain't hear. I did not hear about Don Lemons doing that. That's wild. Pink said, "Have you played the demo Hellmart?" Nah. Let me look that up real quick. You said Hellmart. Let me see. Hellmart. I'm trying to. Where is the search bar? There we go. Hellmart. Oh, that looked crazy. That looks wild. Yep, this will be. Wow, that's crazy. That face, whatever that monster is, looks crazy. Yeah, that would be a game that Tippy would be like, yeah, download and play this. So basically, I'm working at this mart in Nowhere Land, and I'm a food stock. It's got to be in Alaska. Just to be real, this looks like it's out there in Alaska. I'm looking at all the snow and stuff out here. Yo, that looks crazy. Was that like a Wendigo or something? Skinwalker? Yo, this game is crazy. Yo, that game looks crazy. That looks 100% crazy. Phenomenal said, didn't they try a Steam machine before and it flopped? Yeah, they did. This one is a little bit different though. I feel like this one will actually succeed. Leonard said the first Steam was pretty cool because you could use the remote as the controller. Sham said the Series X, the Switch, the PS5, the Steam Deck. Oh yeah. I forgot about the Steam Deck. I forgot about that one. I forgot about that. I think I remember. I think I barely remember the story that you're talking about, Sonny. It's like I barely remember it though. I think I know what you're talking about with Don Lemons. I think didn't I? I think I might have made a mention of that way back when, some time ago. Black said, "I want a gaming system that blurs fiction and reality. If I'm playing a war game, I want to feel like I'm in war. If someone can come up, I mean, they got stuff like that. So, they got like what is it like haptic feedback or something like that. They have these this type of. It's not like a suit, but it's like a backpack or whatever that you can use where it has like the feedback of what's going on in the game. It'll vibrate and you can feel it directly on your body. So if you're playing a shooter, you're going to basically feel that. They also got, whole like rigs, like seats and stuff like that that can give you full on feedback like that too. Double O Chaos, what is up? You said you think we'll get GTA 6 in this lifetime? Yeah. Yeah, we're going to get it. GTA 6 will be happening. It's going to happen. I'm waiting for it, and that'll realistically be my first GTA game, which is hilarious. It will be my first game. Freddie said, "Who's that? Steve Urkel? That was Don Lemons." Leonardo up there laughing. Sham said, "I want to play Terraria with someone, but a lot of people don't like 2D building boss fighting games." I think we got that on Xbox. Did I ever try that? I think I might have. I don't know. It's like it reminded me of like Minecraft. That's the whole thing. The only Minecraft I really liked, I like the VR Minecraft that they showed at one of the previous like E3s or one of the Xbox showcases. And I'm like, that was looking dope. I'm like, hey, I might not be a Minecraft fan, but I'm like, yo, the way that you can play that and with like VR, I'm like, yeah, that's a game changer right there. That had me hyped. And I'm like, I'm not even normally hyped for stuff like that. What was it? Son was like, keep the tears. That's crazy. Talking about the Don Lemons thing. Jeff said, look at the Juneteenth copyright. Okay, he's talking about further back, about probably like about 2 hours or so ago, 2 hours and 50 minutes. Sonny said, I feel like GTA 6 is happening already, just without us. Leonard said, that's Donnie Lemons, the Whisperer. Black said, I heard about they backed GTA 6 until 2050. This man. Sham said it's exactly like Minecraft, just more stiff. Yeah, see, that'd be the problem. The stiffness of Minecraft. Let me tell you something. Like the one game I would tell people if they wanted to like try something, play Fortnite, and then go into the Lego version of Fortnite. That's actually pretty fun. That one is actually pretty fun. I mean, to me, you know. And I don't really play Fortnite like that. Leonard said the part Emmanuel mod rich friends playing mods already with it in there. Oh, they must have been playing like the illegal version or something like that. Potentially. Because I remember like there was like a hack that went on a long time ago with that. I think the person that did that hack to Rockstar, I think they still in prison right now too. As a matter of fact. Black said I never played Fortnite. I heard it was good though. Yeah, Fortnite. They are doing their best to keep people. They got a whole ecosystem. Fortnite now is not the same Fortnite from 2017. Like it is a whole. What was it? 2014. Anyways, it is a whole different beast. The original Fortnite was basically save the world from like these monsters, and all this other type of stuff, and that was it. And then once that basically started declining and fell, Epic was like, yo, we're going to put all of our money on red and we're going to make this one bet and make a battle royale. And that's what they did. And let me be real. The bet that they made was sort of like the bet that people made with cryptocurrency when people first heard about it. Like you had some people that was like, all right, I'm going to sit and put $1,000 on Bitcoin when it was like below $1 or something like that. And people ended up big. A lot of streamers and whatnot were able to build their celebrity off of Fortnite because a lot of people were not interested. They considered it to be like kiddie and not competitive and all this other type of stuff. And then as Epic started putting more and more directly into it and increasing the value of the game, people were, they made off like bandits. A lot of people had a lot of people created their streaming careers directly off of Fortnite. Some people even still streaming right now and even still creating careers off of that. So anything is possible. That's what I like to say. What was it? Leonard said, "Yep, they playing it. Yep." Double O said, "Lately I've been on Where the Winds Meet, and I got it for free. It's not bad for an in the studio. Yeah, I was supposed to play that, and I'd be all over the place. I was locked in on Dave the Diver, and then before that it was a few other games, and now I'm back on Steam trying to get into playing some of the games that I got, and magically just feels like I don't have time. Got to take breaks. Got to take breaks to enjoy some stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at right now. That is pretty much it. I think I was supposed to actually get some other games too. I got to look through my library. Not my library, my wish list. As a matter of fact, I got to go back through and check some stuff directly off of that list. Well, as long as it's affordable and cheap, we'll be doing that. I forgot the other game I gotta make sure I get something on was Marathon, because that pre-order is up, and that's supposed to come out in March. I mean, I could probably worry about that towards the tail end of February, I guess, and just focus on some other games. But yeah, Where the Winds Meet looks pretty dope. I like all of the stuff that I was able to see directly from it. They also have a whale skin directly in there. I think it's about like 20 or 40K that you got to drop on there, but it's beneficial to everybody, I think, within the area or the server that person is on. Crazy type work. But like I said, shout out to whoever dropped that 20 or that 40K. You got money. You got money, where it's like you ain't even have to think about it. Whoo! I need to be like them when I grow up. I'm trying to be like those whales out there. Black said, you like Black Ops 7. I skipped it. And do you think the next Call of Duty this year will be good? And what will you suggest for the next Call of Duty to be better than any other Call of Duty game before it? I mean, I like Black Ops 7 for what it is. I just have an issue with a lot of shooters due to the fact that they don't. It's in a sense like the way that they nerf certain things and the way that they treat the weapons that are specifically on the game, and how slow they are to really come out with content for weapons. Because all of these shooters, like in my mind, the way that I envision Call of Duty, like to go to skip past and go to the last part where you said what could they do to make this game, the next game, better than the previous. The same thing I wanted them to do in a lot of other shooters, including Battlefield. The history of guns that they have had on the game, the history of kill streaks that they've had on the game, throw that into one Call of Duty. Throw all of that. So if it's like a Modern Warfare, take all of those Modern Warfare kill streaks, all of the Modern Warfare guns and things like that, put that all in one game. So it's like, even if, let's say, they wanted to take their time with bringing out other weapons for seasonal reasons, all right, cool. Because, if you look through the catalog of whatever game it is, it could be a Black Ops, it could be Modern Warfare, whatever it is, each category of weapons probably has about, over 25 weapons, because you're dealing with the history of that game and the weapons that were used, under that game title and stuff like that. So I feel like within there, it will give a little bit more variety. Actually have a real what is it, like gun maker directly in there, make it so that you can Lego stuff together. I like it more so like what was the name of the game? Army of Two. Army of Two had a great gun system on how you can create certain things. Ghost Recon Future Soldier as well. It had a great way to gun customization and stuff like that. Again, like certain things like that need to be taken from other games, and they need to evolve that forward. So it's like, again, even if they wanted to be like, all right, we're going to take our time with coming out guns, all right, cool. but we got a multitude of guns that we can like put together. I mean, I'm pretty sure within that, people are like, "Oh man, this is one combination that's really overpowered and stuff." I mean, that's going to sit up there and happen, and then they'll just work with that. But again, if you can mix and match and put different things together like you can in real life, then you got somewhat infinite possibilities. They just got to calm down on the limitations on a lot of stuff, and things like that. For me, that's what I would feel like if they were to do something like that. That would make the next Call of Duty ahead of a lot of the others out there. And then on top of that, technically beyond a lot of other shooters, because nobody else is trying to go to that extent and do it. I think you might have a survival game. I forgot the name of it that was going to implement something like that, but I'm not even sure if that survival game is out or if it's even still playable at this moment in time. What was it? Everfresh said Division 2. No, I got Division 2. Trust me, I've been there. I've been on Division since the first one. The main games, it was the 3Ds, right? It was Defiance. I love Defiance. I still love it to this day. And I think it became Defiance 2042 or 2045 or something like that. And then that died. And then it went into its resurgence later on PC at this moment in time. Then you had Destiny, right? So you had Defiance, Destiny, and then you had the Division. All three of those were out at roughly the exact same time. And what was it? Defiance was technically the only shooter out at the time that actually had a TV show to go with the game, where it was like every single week that something was happening on the show, you would have different things change on the game and stuff like that. It was like the first of its kind. I thought that was pretty interesting. Felt it was pretty dope. It again, a lot of people didn't support it. I felt like if they were to redo the game now and bring it back out, you would probably have more people directly on it, on top of the fact that it had layered servers and it had PvP. So you had PvE and then you also had PvP. And then you also had PvP VE going on. So, but now we got Division 3 that is in the word I'm responding to Everfresh. So now we got Division 3 that's about to come out at some point. Probably we'll hear something about that about like 2027, to be real. The amount of time it's going to take them to put that all directly, together. But before then, there was another game. We got State of Decay 3. That may show its face later on this year, at least some gameplay trailers and stuff like that. So I think this one is going to be on Unreal Engine 5. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good for a long time, and that will allow them to implement a lot of things that they've always wanted to do in State of Decay 2, but they really couldn't do it because it was such an old, rigid system. So we're going to see what's going to happen with that one. Rabbit said, Seiji, are you going to play Mugen, the anime GTA? If you're talking about the original Mugen, which was like a fighting game, I did have that at one point. I'm not sure about trying to find and download all of those files at this moment in time right now because of different stuff that you can get in those files and how it can cause some issues. But I don't know anything about the anime GT. I think I might know what you're talking about, but I'm not really sure. Sonny said Forbes night. Leonard said, Seiji, do you talk about Trump stopping the Africans from stealing their reparations with the latest decree? Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, where the whole thing dealing with like the African Union and all of that stuff. I remember talking about that last year. The whole thing with the African Union, and I think I brought up something earlier where I mentioned the lady that was supposed to be over the 6th region, which was basically here dealing with the United States and in Canada, and how those folks were like, hey, we're doing this to fight for the reparations for slaves and all this other type of stuff, and I guess they were going to hold that money over there in Africa. I'm like, nah, that don't make no sense. I'm like, that's crazy, because I'm like, so how will we be able to get our hands directly on that money? How would it be partitioned off? Who's going to get first dibs? How much is, like I said, it's a lot of stuff there. And then on top of that, you don't know what type of backdoor deals that would specifically get made. So like I said, I'm fine with it. like I said, if things dealing with reparations are going to be done, it needs to be done on the mainland. It needs to be done at home and not nowhere else. Like I said, you can't trust them. I mean, you still can't trust the United States government, but I'm especially not trusting them. So, yeah, that's where I'm at on that one. What was it? Sonny said, I've never enjoyed playing war or sports games, only watching other people play. Oh, yeah, I get that one. I get that one. Like, yeah, certain games where I know it's like I'm not really there at playing. I like, watching other people play. Like, I would watch like StarCraft tournaments, and things like that. StarCraft, League of Legend, Dota, things of that nature. Double Chaos said, my bad, Epic Games gives free games monthly. Yeah, I've been downloading games. The one main game I pay for on Epic, and it's attached to my Epic launcher, is what was it, Out of Time. And that was one game that I told people about, and it's pretty fun. It is a pretty fun game. It's a group game. I think you can go in there with a party about like 4, or depending on how far you get your gear, you can level up your gear. You can actually go in a lot of different places yourself and just like solo. Because I've done that, quite a bit. Leonard said he took out the African Union scam, but wants other people to get reparations somehow. Hey, be like that. It's be like that. Oh, you said the name of the game is Anata. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I know what you. Let me see. Let me go to Steam real quick. Let me see. Wait, did I spell it right? Let me go back to Steam real quick. ANA. I missed the other N. That's what it was. That's not up there. ANA. N. How did I still mess it up again? Hold on. Let me see. ANANTA. Yeah, so I gotta go directly. It might be hosted on a official site. So it's not on Steam. But I think I should. Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yep, I remember seeing this. Shockingly enough, it's not on. Did I just see a PlayStation 5 down there? So the platforms it's supposed to be on. So you got PlayStation, Android, iOS, and Windows. Of course, it's on PlayStation, Japanese system. Of course. Why am I surprised? Why am I? They got to stop doing that. Because if you just leave stuff on PlayStation, in a lot of instances, it's not going to move. Like I said, I don't know why they keep doing this. Like I said, when they put Helldivers over to Xbox, they saw an upsurge. They saw an upsurge of money getting put directly to Helldivers. I'm like, yeah, it could have been like that if y'all would have just did this from the beginning. That y'all would have been having, money on money. But people still with this whole thing of like, oh no, we just want to have, this one game on this one console because it's special here. No, it's like that. That's how stuff dies. That's how stuff dies. The moment of time that you leave games on just certain areas, they die. There's a lot of PC games that die every single year because there's not enough new blood to come directly in there and to actually play it. PC players, because they're spoiled, they have a lot of games in which they can sit up there and play. So they get bored with a lot of games that come out every single day. So you might see an uptick of like, okay, this game first came out, it's 50 to 100K. And then next week, you might have like, 2,500, people basically playing that game. So, but yeah, check out Out of Time. Check that one out. Lenard said African Scan. Okay, yeah, saw that one. So then go down. Gail says, speaking of Call of Duty, said you haven't been. This is why I read stuff ahead of time. This is this is why I read stuff ahead of time. Only Gail. Lord have mercy. Can't take her nowhere. Let me tell you something. So he said, I remember beating the Resident Evil game for the first time. Man, it felt like I earned my master's degree. Oh, yeah. That's facts. Yeah. Like the amount of work that you had to do, and then you had to find the ink in order to go through and save, and then you had to do the puzzles. And yeah. That's how I felt when I played Resident Evil 2 and then Code Veronica X. Yep. Yes, indeed. Judah said on the gamer tip, I feel like Madden sucks and we need a new Tecmo Bowl. I mean, that's because like Madden and NBA is pretty much the same game every single year. I've been out of sports games for quite some time. I would probably play racers, but for me, I like I mean Forza and Gran Turismo is cool for what they are, but I'm waiting for Burnout. That's what I'm really sitting up there waiting for. That is my racer right there. I mean, we got two races coming out. I think one is called Scream, which is pretty much Burnout. I think Burnout with like zombies or something like that. So, we got some other stuff coming out. Also got Sonic races, but I ain't really put a lot directly in that. And then you also have the Disney racing game, and I'm not sure if people even still playing that. Double O said, I hate that they let Defiance die. That game was fire. Yes. Oh, snap. This man, Emmanuel, set up there and brought up Red Faction. Yeah, that was classic. The destruction in Red Faction was beyond any other game, even when it came to like shooters. Like, that's the one thing I loved about that game. It's like you can go through there. You got like these different, especially on Mars, you have like the different weapons, the different vehicles and stuff that you can use, and things were just like destructible. Like, it was fun. It was fun. Chaos said they also let Titanfall 2 die too. Yeah, they let you had Titanfall 2 that died. You had Anthem that died. You had Outriders that died. And I love Outriders for everything that it was. I'm like, yo, the things that I saw how the powers worked in Outriders and Anthem, that's how I expected things to be in what's the name of that game? Defiance, Division, and Destiny. That's how I expected the powers to look and work in there. That was not what I got. Not at all. Especially with Anthem, where they had the combo system where you could put certain elemental powers as like primers, or what was it, primer, catalyst, or different things like that to set off like a chain reaction. Man, like I said, a lot of great ideas, and people just didn't carry it forward. But shout out to EA for killing games. They are good at doing that. Let me tell you. They are good at doing that. Let me see. Black said they need to make another Royal Rumble. Afro Thunder. Oh, yeah. That's classic. Ready to Rumble. Yeah. Yeah. Leonard said Afro Thunder is the ish. That's facts. Let's get ready to rumble. Leonard said at Black, said it would have been fire. Yeah. D Money said Need for Speed still makes solid games. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Need for Speed does. I just haven't played Need for Speed in a minute. Like I said, from the era of Underground for me, and I could just say it had Underground and Most Wanted. For me, those were the best ones for me. I love those. Those were just completely fun, type of games. Especially during, like I said, a lot of the kids of now, they don't understand. Because during the time of playing like Underground 1 and 2, you had not Need for Speed being out. What was the name of it? Anything dealing with stealing cars, like Going in 60 Seconds. You had Tokyo Drift, Fast and the Furious. Like it was a whole culture during that time. So it was like whatever you could see in that game and customize, you possibly saw that on the road somewhere. Like the neon lights, you had people with the spinners. You had people with the well fins on the back of, like their cars. You had people having their cars low to the ground. People were sitting up there like racing and everything. And it was dope. Like I said, kids of today will not understand how like all of that was intertwined. It wasn't just something that you would just see on a video game. Like you could walk out the house and see that going down Woodward, or going down I-95, or something like that. Grand River. My bad, I'm talking about Detroit, Michigan. But y'all know what I'm saying. You can see it on the road. Phenomenal said, from talking about tethers to gaming, we got you covered. That's facts. That's 100% bars. That is bars. Black said, I need to play Red Faction. Yeah, I want to say, depending on what system that you go directly for, I'm not sure if it's still downloadable on Xbox, because Xbox used to give away free games like gold games for free or whatnot, whatever. And I think Red Faction was up there. I want to say, I think, what was it, Red Faction, Guerrilla Warfare, or something like that. One of the Red Factions were up there, if not both of them. One or both of them were directly up there. Black said, okay, yeah. 00 said, no cap. Need for Speed Underground was top tier. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I got a lot of memories. Like I remember like friends coming directly over, and everybody got they memory cards, or however it was working during that time. They got their profiles directly on there, and we would be racing. We would sit up there and be racing, or people would. I forgot which one might have had like the ghost car where you could race. The ghost image of friends or something like that. I forgot one of the Need for Speeds had that, or maybe I might be thinking about a different game. Oh, also I forgot. Burnout Paradise. I gotta put that directly up there because that was the closest that we got to a open world racer. That was the closest that we got right there, and I loved that game. That game was pretty fun. You got to sit up there and like race like your friends and stuff. You could be driving directly around, and then automatically it'll tell you like, yo, one of your friends was racing here 2 days ago, and and this is the time that they got. You think you could sit up there and break this time? I'm like, oh, word. Let me sit up there and hit my brake real quick and wait at this light, and then it's off to the races. Like I said, I ain't seen no other shooter. Not shooter. I ain't seen no other racer do that. Like I said, still to this day, that is dope. That again, that's why I love Burnout. Dope stuff. Dope stuff. Like it's even to the point where it's like you got this whole open world racing game with the Switch 2 and Mario Kart, and it's like they still haven't really pulled anything like that in a sense. I mean, now again, I am a little bit ignorant of the game because I haven't gotten a chance to play it myself. Don't got a Switch 2, but from everything I remember about Burnout Paradise, that was really the first to, in a sense, do it the way that they did it. They were doing work out here. They were doing great work. D Money said most wanted was Pete. Yeah. Most, let me see. Underground 1 and 2, I think I had, it was like the neon, and then I had something else. I forgot what the other car was. Most wanted, my main car, it should have been the Cobalt. That was, I had the pearlescence on the Cobalt so that it would change colors, different types of like purple and whatnot. Beautiful. But yeah, like I said, you got that 100-meter up, and it felt like you had the whole city sitting up there chasing. You had the helicopters in the air. You had the cops. They were trying to sit up there and make these roadblocks. So you had two choices, right? You could try to speed and go around, or you could try to do a U-turn. But if you do a U-turn, depending on how far your wanted level was up, you got the SUVs and you got the Corvettes chasing you. So they would have the biggest and the toughest cars. The way that I had my Cobalt set up, it was like, oh, you got that roadblock? Oh, you don't got nothing to stop my tires? I'm barreling right through them boys. You can't stop me. Who gonna stop me? Crazy. What was it? Most said New Jersey Drive. Why does that sound a little bit familiar? But before all of those racing games, I played Vigilante 8 Second Offense and Twisted Metal. Classic games. Like I said, the newer gen, they don't know nothing about that. They might know about Twisted Metal because of the TV show, learning about Sweet Tooth, but they ain't know. They didn't grow up in those days, seeing those games in in the arcade and stuff. That's one thing I would love to sit up there and see make a resurgence. I would love to see arcades come back. That was that was dope. I want to say that was the peak of gaming, like socializing while gaming. So like before we really had anything like internet wise or like parties on PSN or Xbox and stuff like that, arcade, that was a spot. That was a spot to sit up there and go. Like I said, and if you were a guy and you had like a girlfriend there, like yo, you might want to sit up there and stay directly on Pac-Man because you may get embarrassed if you decide to sit up there and play, some of those fighters. Because I remember I did that to a guy. I saw him. He had his girl. I was like, oh, you playing Virtual Fighter? Hey, brother, what's up? I say, hey, I see you doing some moves there. Like, let me get in on this real quick. Set up there and put in, my 20 to 50 cents in there. I sat up there and picked Lei Fei. If people don't know Virtual Fighter, he's like the Shaolin monk. Oh boy, I tore that boy up. Let me tell you something. That was man, profound sadness. That boy was disappointed that day. Good old days. Let me tell you, good old days. Good old days. They lucky Street Fighter 4 wasn't up there back then. Man, I would have been taking quarters. Good old days though. Good old days. Just sitting up there reminiscing. But yeah. But yes, indeed, folks. Yes, indeed. Also, shout out to all the gamers. I didn't even know we had so many, gamers listening directly to the live stream. How we got here, I have no clue, but that's what normally happens. And normally Tippy would pull up at some point. Tippy would have pulled up and be like, "Hey, gaming stream." That lady is asleep. And let me tell you, she is knocked out. Probably had a late start to the day. Ultra late start. But yeah, that's about it, guys. I'm gonna let y'all go. Been talking for probably about a good hour about video games. Let me tell you. Maybe there might be I did say that last time. We might just do that for another live stream. Sit up there and talk about like some games and reminisce on some good old stuff and things of that nature. A nice relaxing live stream again. Probably won't pull in a lot of views, like the other live streams do, but some for people to just stop in and take part directly in, things of that nature. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation. I will catch you guys in the next live stream and or video. Peace out. Actually, wait, before I do that, I gotta at least have one of the images directly up there. I gotta hold that up there for a second. Why did that move? Okay, remove that. Okay, yeah. I gotta have that up there for a quick second. I think for at least about a minute, so that it'll have that as the image instead of just a black screen. So I just gotta let that time itself there for a minute. Let me see. What did D-Money say? D-Money said must be nice to have a midday nap on a plantation. Oh man. All right, when Tippy can't be here to defend herself. Diabolical work. Diabolical. But yeah, also like please, in all seriousness, for for everybody here, not sure if y'all like Midwest or on the East Coast, supposedly about like 200 million Americans will be affected by the snowstorm that is going to happen over the weekend. Please, everybody stay safe. If you are even in reach of that, please stay safe. If you're not, keep in contact with your loved ones. Make sure y'all bundle up, get pretty much prepared, go out there and go grocery shopping, get the stuff that you need, so that you don't have to worry about stuff later. And potentially, different areas might be dealing with power outages, because again, you're going to be dealing with snow, sleet, rain, and everything like that. And they said this basically happens. I think they said like every 10 years or something like that. So you had this in 96, you had it in 06, and then we got it in 2026. However they basically referenced it or whatever. But yeah, you just got to be very careful. Be very careful. And I think I remember when a heavy snowstorm like this happened back in 96 when I was younger, and it was looking tough. I think I remember the power going out too, as a matter of fact. So yeah, make sure y'all bundle up, y'all stay safe, and just be prepared, because no telling if you will or will not have a power outage. You just don't want to be caught out when any of this stuff happen. That's just what we do. Every time. Let me tell you, every time. Can't take Gail nowhere. Let me. Only Gail. Gail said, peace and love. 00 said, peace, family. Stay warm and stay dangerous. That is bars. All right. Peace out. I swear. Only Gail. Can't take that woman nowhere.